Right then, good evening, everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of the Pint Size Preview. No George tonight, unfortunately. He'll be joining us later on, so you've got to put up with me, Joe Lotore, or some of you may know Jaden. I'm joined by three other wonderful people, and we're going to be covering everything that happens up until 12 p.m. tonight. So without further ado, let's bring in my first guest, the infamous Wickham DJ. Dara, how are you, mate? I think you're on mute. Sorry.
Sorry, good evening. How are you?
There you go. Yeah, very good, mate. Looking forward to tonight. Made the effort, I see.
Yes, I don't have a yellow tie, unfortunately, but I'm looking forward to it. It should be actually quite good fun. I remember watching these when I was younger, and I loved them a bit. So it's actually really exciting to do one myself.
Yeah, it's good to have one of our own, isn't it? And before we get into things, I want to apologise. My internet may go down, so if I drop out briefly, you know where I've gone. I will be back. We're having some issues pre-stream. Sorry. Let's bring in our second guest tonight, Chris. Evening, Chris. How are you doing? Looking very fancy.
Hello, mate. You okay? How are you both?
Yeah, very good.
But brilliant.
Talk us through the outfit. You look very fantastic tonight.
Thank you. I'd like to say the same to you as well, Jaden, and I'd like to say the same to you, Dara.
Thank you.
I'll be lying, but I'd like to.
Oh, for God.
Right.
Fair enough.
Now, I'm not sure if either of you will be aware of Timmy Mallet. Oh God, where you gone? So this is my Timmy Mallet shirt. I was bought quite a couple of years ago, and it is my pride of place. Sadly, all the buttons are falling off now, so I don't wear it very often. And I've got my smiley face happy tie because I hope by 11 o'clock when at Deadline Wings, we're all going to have smiley happy faces like this tie. So there you go.
I think you're right. Yeah, let's hope so. And let's get on to our third guest of the evening, Mr. James Richins from the Bucks Presses here with a yellow tie this time. How are you, James?
Good evening, everyone. I am very, very good, and I hope the three of you are doing great as well. I'm very excited to be on this. For those who are watching on, the group chat has been popping off for the last week. Honestly, if you miss one message, you've missed the entire chain, and you're thinking, what on earth is going on? So the day is finally here. I think the poster went viral on Wickham Twitter as well. So, yes, very, very excited. I've got the yellow tie to match the occasion, and hopefully we'll be having some signings to celebrate.
Yeah, looking very good. And finally, we got Kyle. He was a little bit late to the party, but he is here now. How are you doing, Kyle, mate? You all right?
Evening, boys. You all right? How are we doing?
Yeah, very good, very good. You've also made an effort. We're all in suits tonight. We've all made an effort.
Yeah, I know. I can see you got Chris just like Krusty the fucking Clown at the top.
I'm sure the chat will let us know who they think is best dressed.
That's all that mayo. That's all the mayo that's gone to his head. It's lost all.
Oh God!
He's lost.
You look like Chris. You look like a washed-up children's entertainer, falling on hard times.
Mr. Tumble went downhill.
You look like
Fuck off.
I won't lie to you, Chris. To answer your question, I do know who Timmy Mallet is, but you look like if SpongeBob was in real life, mate. Honestly, with the
Oh God! Honestly, I'm not taking any of this. You wait. You waited. Oh, dearie me. Oh God! Gonna be quite evening then, isn't it?
Someone said, "Put your head to the side, Kyle." Is that the skin fade?
No.
Oh, is this the square?
Oh yeah, you've had a dodgy haircut today, haven't you?
Yeah, I know. They haven't finished it yet. I'm gonna go back tomorrow.
Who doesn't finish a haircut
in installments? They're gonna pay later.
Yeah.
It's half done.
Pay now, cut later.
It's the same though, every single time. Like, it doesn't matter how bad your haircut is. The bloke puts the mirror up at the end and he's like, "That all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, mate, spot on."
Yeah, no, you can't ever say different. Go on, give us a little guided tour of your hair.
Well, this is
a guided tour,
which is worrying.
Yeah. So that's what.
There's the side, which is kind of moving on to. Well, I'll have to turn round so you can see the skin fade.
What?
doesn't look that bad, does it?
It's not that bad.
That looks all right.
You're looking
You look shit.
girlfriend got home. Yeah, no, I got in and my girlfriend took one look at me and she went, "What the fuck have they done to you?" So yeah, that's the haircut. All fresh and ready for deadline day.
I've got one more guest to bring in before we get underway. Aaron, good evening. How are you?
Yeah, running a little bit late, but all good, mate. Yeah.
No, yeah, you're fine. You haven't missed much. We've just been
Oh, wow.
insulting Chloe's
Right on
hair.
cue.
Where did
Incoming.
you run
Have you
from?
done your hair? You look like you've done your hair, especially.
No.
Well, you just came out of a funeral.
Oh, what's-
Commiserations.
Right then, I think it's time to get things underway, and I'm going to get things underway by playing everyone's favourite, because we have a very, very special guest on the stream
Oh, God.
tonight, and we're
Wow.
about to add them in. So please welcome Pete
Topless
Cooley.
Tom.
Not Topless Tom.
Hey!
Hey.
Hi Pete, how are you?
Is this working?
This
Yeah,
is
yeah, we
working,
can hear
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, loud and clear.
You sure? You guys got the
Yeah.
Yeah,
technology
we can hear you,
going? I
Pete.
mean, there's
Yeah, we hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear.
And we can see your beard.
we got the boys here. Everybody's
Hello
here.
everyone.
Hey,
Yeah.
boys.
What you boys up to tonight? Any anything
Just having a
happening?
good time.
Just having a quiet
Right,
night
good
in,
one.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, just enjoying ourselves, really.
Quite a night in.
Anything happening your end?
Well, it's deadline day, isn't it? So we look. Can y'all keep a secret?
No.
No.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you can keep a secret, I'll tell you that we're about to announce somebody.
Oh,
Ooh, interesting.
4 minutes, right? And
4
so
minutes.
if you can keep a secret, I can't tell them. We're gonna do this live breaking news announcement on here at least 12 to 42 seconds before we announce it on the fucking official.
Hey.
All right, y'all got any questions other than that? What,
How's it been doing a deadline day? And it must be stressful trying to do what. There must be phone calls, emails. It must be a stressful time for you.
Nah, this shit's easy, dude. Y'all know that game, Championship Manager. It's exactly the same. Championship Manager is exactly the same as real life.
That's interesting. No,
That must be fucking comforting for you, DJ.
Dude, there's
That
a
is-
geezer. There's a geezer at this table, and I'm not even going to tell you his name, but you should have seen how many phone calls that guy made today, dude. He rolled through them, and it was like,
oh my god.
yeah,
That's
it's
going to be the
nuts.
strap line for tomorrow. That's going to be the strap line for tomorrow when it transfers. This shit is easy. Pete Cooley. And then- so, yeah, can't
Well,
wait.
to be
for it.
completely honest, when you got a staff like Matt does, and thinking ahead for so long and tracking everything, we do have a pretty good game plan going into Windows, and it makes it pretty easy to pull things off. And really kind of you have a game plan that you build over time. Because I know you guys probably seen the messages recently that we think about the short term, but we think about the long term more importantly. And so as we've gone into every window over the past 3-4 years, it has been with, okay, what do we need to help right now? What do we need to help in the future? How do we want to build the squad and build the depth? What's remained the same from working with Gareth and working with Matt is that we really do some very serious looks at long-term and depth chart. Oh, sorry. Saxon Early, Plymouth Argyle. Yeah, I think Steve Evans might have wanted him, but we got him.
Take that, Steve.
Fuck off.
Oh, whoa, y'all got to keep that secret. Do not say no. Don't put that on Twitter. No. Nobody say anything.
It's not like there's 190 people watching now who may or may not have heard that, but they can all keep secrets, can't they?
190.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I thought only like 12 people watched y'all.
We got 191
I thought y'all
a
had
minute
more
ago.
people on the screens than in the like actually watching.
Sorry, Pete.
We're supposed to,
100
Pete.
people on here, Matt. You just had me release a tell secret.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, Matt.
If you went to
Thank you.
fire him.
Oh my lord.
What else we got?
Oh, wow.
You guys are gonna have to. I've heard y'all are on for like 4 hours, right?
Yeah,
Till midnight, yes.
yeah.
Well, that's good because we ain't done yet, boys.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Let's
come
go.
on.
You coming back on later, Pete?
Yeah, come on, Pete. You got to come back on later.
Maddie, are we done yet?
God!
Come on. Oh, wow.
Okay, look, man, everybody's enjoying these wonderful hamburgers. They really went out. They really went. Everybody's enjoying these wonderful hamburgers here at. I can't tell them where we are, can I?
What sauce do you go for, Pete, in your burgers?
Not mayo, hopefully.
Oh, not mayo.
Oh,
again.
shut up. You knob.
You
That's to you,
literally-
Joe, though.
You nerds just went to what sauce do I like on my burgers?
Yeah. I mean,
That's
these are the
Chris,
hard-hitting questions.
I'm an American, dude. Mayonnaise, mustard, and ketchup, pickles, lettuce, all the stuff on it. And there was a couple of Essex boys in here that asked for fucking plain hamburgers, man. They did. I mean, honestly, dude. But nothing on a burger. Meat and bread, Essex boys. But they do a good job, so we forgive them.
No, we can't be having that. You need to have some form of condiment on a bit of meat. You can't be going and dry like that. That's not good.
All right, I'm not going to show you his face, but I'm next to a dude called Clever Ben, and I'm not going to show you his face because he is an actual secret weapon. Y'all all know I'm an analytics nerd. Let me tell you this dude right here, he's even more of an analytics nerd than me. And he's actually like, I was good at spreadsheets 20 years ago. This guy like knows coding and shit.
Wickham's secret weapon.
See, our version's
Seriously,
PJ, who's just a weapon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lie to you and say I need to go because we need to close some details on this final loan transfer. But we kind of do our work ahead of time, so I'm actually just gonna go back and I need to order another Rebellion lager, and I will leave you guys to chat.
So, man. Cheers, Pete.
Thank you very much.
I wanna hear
Cheers, Pete.
Pleasure.
Fill the Twitter waves with speculation on who this last Wickham signing is.
Uche.
There's literally no chance you'll get it, lads.
I think that's a hint, everyone.
That might be what we
Might
call
be a hint.
foreshadowing. Has he just dipped?
He's just dipped. He's like, oh, no, he's still there.
And death.
All right, boys. Cheers.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Cheers.
Pete. We'll speak to you later.
Cheers, Pete.
Later, fellas.
Well then,
Well, what
everybody,
the fucking
Saxon
question
Eardley
you can ask
is a
someone?
Wickham Wanderers player.
He could have dressed up, couldn't he?
He made an
He's been
effort.
working deadline day. Give him some credit.
Cut him some slack.
Chris, of all the questions you could ask him, you could ask the sporting director a question. And you
Yeah.
ask him what fucking sauce he puts on a burger.
And
I think his reaction said it all, didn't it, Chris?
yeah, he liked it. He appreciated the question. I mean, I think he went into more detail with that question than any of the others. So all I have to
Well,
say
yeah,
is,
because he
fuck
could
you
actually
lot.
answer. He could actually answer about burgers, where we were taking the piss,
Yeah.
asking him. So, by the way, well, use what all the chat and shit. I was looking up Saxon early, so he made 21 appearances last year in League Two with Stevenage, and he was also on loan in League One, but he made just 9 appearances. I think he went out in the second half of the season. Actually, looks like a really solid left back option. I presume
Yeah.
he's there to provide competition for Luke down that left hand side, which is really what we've all wanted. I think we've been speaking about it for a while. How we need a left back,
Deej,
hasn't it?
how old is he?
How old is he? 21.
And do they say is he a loan signing?
No
Yeah.
signing.
Or
I'll double
loan?
check. I'll double check if there's like. I'm pretty sure it's just a straight up loan. I'll double check now.
Yeah,
It's
he's
just
loaned till the end of the
straightforward
season.
Yeah.
And has he played at all this season?
He's played a couple of championship games, but he wasn't really playing too much. Championship
Okay.
cup games, but they have some pretty strong fullbacks, so he wasn't really playing too much. So his strengths apparently are ground duels and tackling. That's according to SofaScore, which is good. Saxon's size.
Oh.
Good name, Saxon.
Saxon, yeah, it's a great name, isn't it? Really, really
Mm.
good.
And now arrives at Adams Park to provide extra competition down the left. That would suggest it's likely Luke will continue potentially to play there. It's Saxon early, Thomas. He's from Plymouth.
Well, one
DJ?
positive from this is that he's only played twice for Plymouth all season. So you can tell he'll be chomping at the bit, ready to go. And that's the sort of thing that Wickham need. We need those players who are ready to go straight in. With Harry Boyce not being there now, with him being at Fleetwood, we needed protection on that left-hand side, which is kind of ironic considering how well Kane Vincent-Young did on the left flank yesterday against Brighton. But as Bloomfield said in his press conference yesterday afterwards, we need as many bodies as we can, because look at the injuries that we've suffered this season, even last season, when you've got David Wheeler who can play everywhere, starting 1 week at right back, then playing the next game up top. It's great, but you need those players in those positions. So Saxon early coming in will be great, and he's only played twice, so he'll be chomping at the bit to get going, hopefully.
Jamie
Definitely.
Chick just said he's been out with an ankle injury since August, which would explain the lack of appearances. There we go, yes.
Okay.
Can you highlight those and put them up on the screen?
Yes, I can. So if I just click on them, it'll come up on the screen.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, so that would explain the
DJ?
lack of appearances.
DJ?
Yeah.
I've got, can I put a question to you?
Yeah?
When are you going to tidy that room of yours?
I'm going to go to the loo, BRB.
He's off.
It's cleaner than it has been, okay? I have a lot of stuff on, okay?
Have you got a bog in your room as well?
A what?
You got a toilet in your room? Or do you just use the sink to piss in?
No, so it's student accommodation. I even though I'm a staff
Well,
member, I
no
live in-
shit.
but there's a sink back there. There's a toilet. There's a regular fucking toilet. Why are we? It's a transfer special. Why are we rinsing me?
That's what happens here, DJ. You always
Well,
get
yeah.
I mean, don't expect today to be any different to every other day, Deej.
It wouldn't
That
be
is
the
true.
pint-sized preview if it was, would it?
No.
Exactly.
No, exactly. We've got Darman and we've got the guy at the top there. Looks like he's just wandered in off CBBC.
And then right at the bottom, we've got a failed insurance salesman.
I think we all look like
Well,
failures.
I think
Who's
you're referring to.
Oh, Darren.
See, I'm trying to think. James has got like some kind. It looks like one of the Blues Brothers or something tonight.
No, I look like my tie is very yellow. It looks like I'm running to be the next Lib Dem candidate for the country, to be honest with you, of how bright this thing is. So that's what I look like. I look like I've just had a failed campaign and I'm just drowning my sorrows. That's what it looks like with me. To be fair,
I think Aaron looks like an AI-generated estate.
Literally, the only thing that's changed from work is the tie has changed to the Wickham one. Other than that, it's just been me all day.
Fair enough.
and Jaden, you kind of look like my assistant on the campaign that's done a terrible job, but I'm just going to keep with you anyway because I can't get anyone else.
Thanks,
So-
mate. Appreciate it.
I thought you were about to say he looks like your sister. I was going to think, bloody hell, she must be ugly.
Right.
Jaden definitely looks like he could be in like the Young Lib Dems, couldn't he? With that.
Yeah. The young Lib Dem. God, we're going to get memed the hell out of on fucking Twitter, aren't we?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Thing is, in all seriousness, with some of the rumours that got around today, Jolo Torre, you do realise that your Twitter handle's in doubt tonight, isn't it?
It is in doubt, so hopefully Jolo stays. We can we can pray, but if he goes, I think I'm cursed, and I'm gonna have to. Well, I'm scared that if I change it to my real name, I might die. So because obviously Hanlon nearly went, and then Joe might go, and if Joe does go, then if I change it to my real name, then something might happen to me if I'm cursed. So,
maybe our 2 listeners or whoever's on there could like suggest names,
can we get some
like
in the comments?
suggestions of like who you could be.
Could we just go with? We could just keep it simple, just J-Lo tour, right?
Yeah, to be fair, I could. I don't know
Yeah,
what
we've got
correlation
plenty.
Low has to me, but there you go.
Are we talking about
Oh, yeah.
Joe?
Joe, yes, we are
Press
talking
piss in
about
the
Joe.
sink. It's DJ.
So
How-
I forgot to ask a very important question before we get into tonight's episode with a bit of a hectic start. What we drinking tonight, fellas? I'm on the haze. Anyone
I've
else
got-
got any drinks?
I've got
I
a
need
wee
to
thing
go
of
and find
Buckfast here that I've started because of Kyle.
A wee thing of
Oh, you got Bucky.
Yeah, I got Bucky.
Outstanding.
I usually have a big
Unbeaten.
bottle, but me and the missus drank it.
I actually don't have a drink on me, so let me go and get one. I'll be back in 2
Oh,
minutes.
what's that you've got there? Are you staying sober or?
Yes, Thomas,
Well,
we are getting somebody else in, apparently.
I'm staying sober, so I'm just drinking Coke Zero. But as the night progresses, I'm gonna start cracking open.
Get a bit rowdy in here when we announce the next signing.
Yeah.
Aaron, what are you on tonight, mate?
Easy.
Nothing. Yeah, I literally was running late, so I jumped on as quick as possible. I'm gonna
He
go
just
and grab
got
one.
in. James is sauntering around looking for a drink.
I do have wine.
Oh yeah, no, crack that open.
Yeah, go on, open it now.
I've got rum. I've got a bottle of Bellini. I've got whiskey, a bottle of Prosecco that I won for a charity match, and wine. I have the wine.
Well done, Deej. You've completed the
What
middle
kind of wine
class
is it?
setup.
Fair enough. But did we talk about how much do we need to actually sell Joe? Like, for a serious second, how much would be enough for us to consider selling Joe?
Half a
Yeah,
mil.
it's-
And how much is significant? Because do Blackpool have the resources to spend that big?
True. I mean, I can't see us letting him go to another League One club, if I'm honest with you. Like, we're under no pressure to sell, really, are we? Because 21 years old, he'll have more than 1 year left on his contract, obviously. Hence why we turned the first bid down. But there's just, I can't see significant being anywhere over like 300k. If I'm like, I don't really understand what significant is, and obviously, it wasn't up to our, what we value him at. So no need to sell at the minute. Whether they'll come back in with a revised bid or not is, well, yet to be seen. But hopefully we can keep hold of Joe because he's a really
5
important
mil.
player for us, especially for the future. I
I
don't
know-
think we're getting 5 mil for him, Tom, if I'm honest with you.
Well, I know Blackpool are just outside the playoffs, and I know, like, as we've already spoken about, where would they get that money for? But wouldn't it be considered to be a somewhat sideways move for Joe if he did go? Because surely, with the way Diaz plays, especially at the start of the season, and the fact he's a Wales international now, I personally thought lower end to mid end championship side. That's what I personally thought when I heard that there were rumours going around. I couldn't imagine him going to another League One side because he could just stay with Wickham. That was my initial inkling. I did hear that Watford are trying to find a centre back, a very tall centre back who's young. I am aware of that. So I don't know if that's putting 2 and 2 together or whatnot, but I do know that Watford are trying to find a new centre back, and obviously Joe Lowe's name's been linked with other clubs, so I think that could be one to look out for potentially.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, anything can happen in the next. Well, we got still 3 hours left, just about, of the deadline. We obviously hope we don't lose Joe, but I'd imagine Bloomfield will have prepared for all scenarios, and there'll be someone potentially on the way in if we do lose him. But yeah, it's we got to pray and hope that we don't lose him, especially for me and my Twitter handle. But coming off the topic of Joe Lowe and going on to the new man, Saxon Eardley. We've signed 2 players from Plymouth Argyle in the last 2 days now. So 2 very good signings as well. What does everyone make of them?
Yeah,
Yeah. What I've heard about Butcher is he will run through a brick wall. It's almost an Ainsworth sort of signing.
Yeah.
But actually, potentially what we maybe need, somebody who's going to put in 10 out of 10 in terms of effort every game, because we've not necessarily been seeing that, have we, in recent games? It's weird because in the cup we are in the EFL Trophy. There seems to be less pressure or something. I reckon Butcher's a really fantastic signing. It gives us 3 fantastic options for centre midfield. It gives us Luke, Potts, Scowen, and Lee. Wait, Luke, Lee, Scowen, Potts, and Butcher. Saxon.
See, I must.
Sorry, go on ahead.
No, go on. Keep going, Deej.
Saxon, obviously, it will be interesting to see whether he comes back from his injury, because obviously it can be difficult coming back from an injury. But I hope that we're sensible and bring him in slowly. We'll have to see. In the case that one would be a case of we don't know what Bloom's plans is for Saxon. He'll probably comment it in the next couple of days. So it might be a bit too rash to make any judgments. Is he going to play every game? But I think they're 2 fantastic signings. We wanted a left back, and we did get that left back, thank God.
See, I must.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Joe. See, I must confess, for 2 players, I know I must have watched play at some point. Must have seen them last season, definitely Butcher. But they're not 2 players I've really registered when we played against them. So anything I kind of know is only based on what you've seen on Twitter and what Plymouth fans have said as well. I think the thing that kind of surprises me a bit is, given what we've been told about a position that Butcher plays in particular, very similar to the kind of areas that Scowen and Leahy and then Freddie Potts play as well. And it may well be a different type of a player, but very much similar kind of positions. So it just makes me wonder, we're trying to read between the lines, what don't we know that maybe has or has not happened as well? Is it that actually he does see Luke as being the first choice left back, which I suspect probably is the case even with the signing tonight? Could it be that Josh's injury is actually a little bit more serious than what we may think, and that given it, if it's out for several weeks or months, could that be the signing as well? But I also suppose, given his age, we know that Freddie Potts is going to leave at the end of the season, when his loan's up as well. So is it a bit of forward planning for that point as well? The only bit that just kind of surprises me is, given where he played last season, you'd expect that he's probably coming in expecting to be a first choice player. And given that Scowen, Potts and Leahy would also be in the same bracket, it's just quite how all of them fit into the team. If we presume that they're all fit, which then makes me wonder, actually maybe Scowen's injury is a bit more serious than we think.
There is no way that we signed Leahy to play him as a first choice left back.
But I just don't see him in a midfield 2 with Josh. I like him and he's great, and I think he can play the position well. But actually, I think they're 2 players with very similar skill sets in that role. I think the surprise has probably come with how well he did when he was one of the 3 centre backs. And since we've seemed to move away from there,
I think Leahy's probably more attacking. I think Josh tends to be more like Josh would kind of drop back that sort of DM role. He can get in amongst it, and I think that gives Leahy the free game to move forward. But no, I don't think we've really seen enough of them even play together in the midfield at all. I think it's happened once or twice this season, and then it looks a little bit muddled. But that can just be the formation system. There's no. I don't think there's any sort of definitive answer as to whether they can play together. I think only time will tell, really.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing I wanted to mention as well, I'll come around and ask all of you this individually, but I know we're expecting one more signing tonight, as Pete's already teased. But do you think we have come out of this window so far stronger than what we went into it? I'll start with you, DJ, and come around the room. So do you think we've strengthened from where we were?
I think you'd have to say so. We've lost. The big ones would be Boys, and Boys is the major one. Obviously we had Lyle, but he didn't necessarily do as much as we had hoped. We've got Matt Butcher in, we've got Lubala in, Kem, Gideon, Richard Kone early, and then we signed players like Sadlier out of the window. So I think we have actually strengthened. I think the team looking at it now is more balanced. It just does depend. It's just also a different tactic. We played that 5-back at the start of the
James,
season.
what do you think about this? Do you think we come out a bit stronger?
I would personally say yes. When you look at the players that we've managed to get rid of in this window. And again, this is nothing personal to him, but you look at Lyle Taylor. He's got a fantastic pedigree, but he just didn't do it in a Wycombe shirt. And I think that's simply down to the fact that he hadn't played competitive football in the league for about a year or so, maybe just over. I think that played a contributing factor to that. TJ DeBar was slowly going down the pecking order. We saw Cian Brecken, who partly got a shoe-in. He departed. Harry Boyes suddenly disappeared after the Exeter game, and he wasn't there to be seen. Richard Keogh been inconsistent throughout the season. And you look at the players that we've signed. Richard Kone, I personally believe he's going to be selected by the Ivory Coast one day and potentially play for them at a World Cup. I genuinely believe that because he's so good, just so clinical. We've managed to get him. The other lad from West Ham, Kadura, he looks like he's going to be some player. You look at Butcher, who has scored against Wycombe in the past. Bibala, and now with Early, I think we have really strengthened our squad. And when you look at the players that we've already got, Ken Vincent-Youngs, Sadliers, your Vokeses, I think we have got the nucleus of a very, very strong side. I think it's just a case of keeping everyone fit and just waiting for the players to gel together. I know we said that at the start of the season where it's inconsistent, but I do believe that the players on paper are a lot stronger than the players that we've got in, than the ones that we let go. So, yeah, I think it's been a good window.
Kyle, I'll come to you. What do you think as well? Do you think we've come out stronger?
To be honest with you, Matt, I don't think that as a squad we've been weak all season. I think on paper, during the summer and the visitors and everyone that we brought in, with probably the exception of Keogh, you'd have to say. I think Keogh going was a good move for us anyway. But look, you touched on like Lyle Taylor. As far as I'm concerned, that was just a fucking 3-month gym membership for him. Do you know what I mean? I think it was a kind of like a mutually beneficial deal, maybe for us to bring someone in because we were lacking attacking options at the time, and then at the same time he comes in, can get fit. It is what it is. It was just a short-term deal that benefited both parties. I think it was just a mutually kind of beneficial arrangement. Signings we've made so far, yeah, look, they're really good additions. It's strengthening. It's more depth to the squad as well. But I still think that based on where we are on the table, we should be anywhere fucking near the relegation zone, let's be honest. That squad is far, far, far too good. Look, I know you're there on merit. At the end of the day, we haven't performed as well as we should have done at all, to put it politely. But it is strong. They're good additions. I have no real opinion on Butcher or Saxon at all. I know as much as anyone else that goes on YouTube and types in their name and be like, oh, he's all right. That's about all I can offer you. They look on paper, they're good signings. How they work out, I don't know. At the moment, I think we could probably ruin Zidane in his prime.
Crucially, though, both of them are League One winners last season with Plymouth Argyle, so it adds a little bit of experience in the division to our squad, which we could do with, to be fair.
No, I agree.
Do you know much about them at all, Jaden? Because like you being down there, like, do you hear much about them at all? I mean, I guess you're more Exeter way, aren't you? So
yeah, I'm more
Exeter. Guess Plymouth News isn't that big, like where you are.
I'm more Exeter way, but yeah, no. Butcher obviously scored the winner I think it's the winner. He scored in the Devon derby at Exeter last year, and he's quite well liked by the Plymouth fans. Like we've already said, they always comment they all commented pretty much. He always gives 100% runs for a brick wall for the club, and I think maybe that's something we were lacking a little bit, especially with like Killian Phillips going. I know everyone was a bit shocked by that. But his passion for a lone player was just second to none. You could tell he really, really cared about Wycombe, and to have someone in the same position who will do the same but on a permanent basis, it's good. It's exciting, and it does worry me a little bit that maybe Scowen's out for a while. Because I think Bloom's just going to have a real selection headache with this midfield, especially Potts, Leahy Friend in the mix there. Now we've got Saxon and Scowen as well as Butcher. Going to cause some selection headaches, but that's what you want. We signed all these players to improve the squad, and I think we have. But yeah, the main focus of this window, I feel like, has been attacking. I'll come to you, Aaron, for this. We signed a lot of attackers this window, 4 in total. Are you happy about this? Do you feel like this was where we needed to strengthen coming into the window, or are you worried about depth in other positions?
I think so, yeah. I think we've spoke about it kind of on air over previous weeks and stuff, that with the formation we started with, we didn't really have many options as like wingers, and obviously the kind of change in formation and ditching the 5 at the back, which seems to be completely gone now by the signings we've made and the outgoings. It's kind of meant we've got room for the likes of Campbell, Kadua, who hopefully we'll see a bit of soon. Yeah, it's definitely given us more options and more threat up front, hopefully. Obviously, early days for a lot of them at the moment, but yeah. And we've all said before, the Kone signing, we all think he'll go far, and yeah, let's hope that one turns out to be a big star in the future.
Yeah, definitely. Chris, obviously we've signed 6 now, hopefully going up to 7. Who's been the standout signing for you, do you think, so far? Who have we announced that you just like been very, very impressed with? Like, wow, that's a great signing for Wycombe.
What, based on what I already knew about them?
Or just their profile, if you'd heard of them.
Because I was going to say, based on what I knew, none of them, because I didn't really know any of them beforehand. The only one I knew was Chem Campbell, and I was about him, to be honest. But I hope he changes my mind. I'm sure he probably will. Look, I think the tiny little bit that we've seen, I think the lad from West Ham's at Kadua. I've got that one right. I think actually I've liked the little bits, that I've seen from him. But I think, to be honest, it's so early days. I don't think we've seen a great deal from any of them, really, to make too much of a judgment. As we've said about Kone, but again, it's early days, isn't it? So let's wait and see. And when we sign Uche later, that will be my answer.
Well, we
can watch you lose your shit.
I don't think Uche's Scottish, is he?
No, he's not Scottish, as far as I know.
Was it a Scottish accent we was doing? I thought it was Geordie.
I thought it was Scottish.
I hate to break it to you, Chris, but Uche's not a Geordie either, mate.
No, not.
He is not a Geordie, I can confirm. He has played in Scotland, though, so maybe it's a little hint, but I can't.
There we go.
It's a loan signing, so I couldn't see us loaning someone who's in the last 6 months of their contract.
Who's in Scotland, or who plays in Scotland, or is Scottish?
DJ,
Elliot
you're
Watt
an
is Scottish.
encyclopedia of football knowledge. Go on.
Elliot Watt is
Crankies?
actually Scottish. He played for Scotland's under 18s and 21s.
Andy Roberts.
fuck it. We're re-signing our data.
Kenny Dalglish.
Kenny Dalglish.
Kenny Dalglish. Fucking who else? Scott McTominay. Do you know what? I don't think he'd start over Scowen, but it'd be great to have in the bench.
Scott McTominay. There is a Scottish centre back who plays, I believe it's for Kilmarnock. He's on loan from Rangers. Chris, I feel like he would be of interest to you. His name is Lewis Mayo.
Oh,
That is a great name.
No,
That is-
we cannot have a player called Mayo at a club.
Oh my
Mayo.
God, serious.
Go
Watch the reaction when he joins.
I'm gonna have a look at Celtic. Who does Celtic have in their under 21 squad?
Just rattle us off some names, Deej. We'll see.
Go on. Yeah. Just pad for a few minutes.
No, he's playing for Scotland. He's playing for Celtic now. Liam Scales, and he's Irish.
I mean, it
No.
could be a Scottish
Yeah,
player
he's-
who's playing in England. we could consider.
What?
Well, I'm gonna check Rangers and Celtic, 'cause
McCann
they're
at
the
Villa?
two big ones, and then I'll have a look at any
Mickey.
Scottish players in the EFL. The problem
We've
is
got a
Celtic
comment
have
here
so
from
many
Josh.
bloody Japanese players that
No, I
there's
don't-
only a couple
There's
of
a
Scottish
shouting for a
players.
goalkeeper.
Do we reckon it could be the goal? Was he doing a Scottish? Was he doing a good Scottish accent or a really bad Irish one?
I'm still saying he's Geordie.
Where Geordie?
He's signing out on deck.
We're signing Dan Byrne or something. I don't know.
No, that was definitely Scottish. What I thought that was Scottish
It
anyway.
did strike Scottish to me.
It did
Mhm.
sound like
Yeah.
Scottish to me. I can't lie.
What?
It didn't
Who
sound
do you
like
reckon out of here? Do your best Scottish accents.
Oh, no.
What's your best Scottish accent you can do?
I'm not doing a Scottish accent.
There was there was just a collective sigh when when that was said. Nah, we don't want to embarrass ourselves even more. So
Chris, we've got Scottish fans, mate. I don't want to do them a disservice.
No.
And I'm not Scottish.
Jack Grimmer could be watching this and go, please don't insult me. So
we're gonna insult everyone if we try and do a Scottish accent. So we'll keep that off until at least we're a few pints deep, and then probably
We'll do that later. I'm going to ask that question in a couple of hours.
Yeah, you keep that in mind, Chris, and we will come back to that.
Right.
Topless Tom's got a shout for Kenny Miller.
Kenny Miller.
Topless Tom's got a shout out for Dennis McInerney, isn't he?
Dennis McInerney.
Tom McIntyre at Reading.
He's gone to Pompey, mate.
Has he gone to Pompey? Is that
Yeah,
the website I'm looking at isn't up to date yet. Because it just said Reading, and I was like, oh, fuck Reading, you know. Ross Stewart.
We'll get Ross Stewart on loan.
I think he said Rod Stewart.
What's Snodgrass up to nowadays?
Retired.
Retired.
Jesus.
You
this
know
website
Rod
is
Stewart
going,
in his back garden's got a football pitch.
Has he?
What's Dennis Bergkamp up to as well? We might get him in.
How do I look for it? Right.
Someone just said Alex Samuel.
Well, he is in Scotland, to be fair. That's not.
And he scored a hat-trick inside, what was it, 6 minutes, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, ridiculous like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, impressive. I would take him back. Shirt up on my wall.
I'll take him back.
I'm a big Alex Samuel fan.
a mate of mine's just texted me saying, "Is Alan Brazil available?" I don't think
Alan Brazil.
I don't think he's going to do a job for us up front. To be fair, so
No, I don't.
Wouldn't go.
yeah, in goal he might, but not up top.
Go, he'd have no chance getting
James, George asked what you're tucking into up there.
Oh, what am I tucking into?
wondering that.
So my lovely wife, who is in the kitchen, she has made me a homemade pizza.
Oh, very good.
What toppings? What toppings you got, mate, James?
Fucking not mayonnaise.
Oh, piss off, you.
Can we put a
Philistine.
picture of Chris's dinner on here just to show everyone the crimes that were committed?
Yeah, actually, I think we need to put that up on
If
there.
I can get one on here, we'll put a picture of
Let's
Chris's
put it
dinner.
up, and we'll let everyone
Criminal.
watch it judge.
I can add an overlay. If someone puts it in the group chat now, I will bring up a picture of Chris's dinner.
Don't you bloody dare.
I actually think I have a reasonable shade for a Scottish player on loan.
All right,
Yeah, let's focus on this.
Ben Doak at Liverpool. He's a right winger. He's played 2 games for Liverpool, but he's dead. They are looking for regular game time for him.
Okay.
I feel like that seems reasonable, doesn't it? And he
It's
is
not
Scottish.
unreasonable. Yeah, could be a one we potentially look at. He's only
you know-
very young, isn't he?
He's 18 now.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know what? I might be alone in this, but I don't. I get the strategy he's doing with the loan signings, but it's not one that I particularly liked. No, and I kind of hoped that it'd move away from it, to be honest, because I think in terms of how disruptive it's been for the squad, given that we've only got 2 of the loan players we signed at the beginning of the season still there, you could only really say that one of those loan signings in Freddie Potts has been an outright success and has improved the team. And I think we're in a situation where we've got a very real problem with the EFL trophy, where there's so many players who were eligible no longer at the club, because the loans have finished. And the players we're bringing in, most of them have already played in the trophy anyway. So actually, although I get the sense in it to a point, I don't think it's particularly worked. It's a strategy that I don't have a great deal of faith in. But again, time will tell, because not 2 players are never the same, are they?
I
No.
think that was the philosophy that Blooms wanted to have at Wickham. So he said that when he took over and he had the summer to really identify what he wanted Wickham to be. Because let's be real, when he joined a year ago this month, he came in, he had to deal with what he needed to deal with the players that he had, and then at the summer, fresh slate, he wanted to start clean and go from there. He realised that the way he wanted Wickham to go was by using Premier League loan players. Hence why we saw so many come through in the summer, albeit some haven't worked, like with Kean Brecken and Harry Boyes. But that isn't to say that not all of them have. Also, Freddie Potts being the prime example, and I personally thought Killian Phillips was probably one of our better players this season. I thought especially in the autumn period, I thought he was very good. So it was no surprise when we saw Chem Campbell and Yadua and all the others come in. So I think it's a positive that we're getting these loan players in, because let's be real, they're not going to be here for the long term. So if we're able to get them in the short term for a season, potentially 18 months, it could progress Wickham, and then once they're done with us, we just get the next loan player in. I think that could be a cycle that could potentially work. But I get Chris's point. It's better to, it's good to have permanent players in, but at the same time, if you've got a good player, you're going to have them for a season. Just use them to propel you to where you want to be.
Bang on, I think you're right. Before we get into more transfer talk, I managed to get the picture of Chris's dinner up. So
oh no,
here we are.
Oh.
An abomination.
He's not here at the minute, but I just want to know what it is. I'm so confused.
I don't. It just so he's got. Are those? I don't even.
Is that sweet and sour?
Noodles.
I think
Bean sprouts.
That's Chinese with.
He's put mayonnaise with
fucking
Chinese food.
mayo on top of it.
That is. Oh, come on, mate.
That's a crime, mate. Honestly,
to be fair, everyone has a weird food combination, but I've never seen anyone put mayonnaise on top of Chinese food before.
That's
He puts it with gravy on a roast dinner.
He put it on his Christmas dinner, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
Mayo on the Christmas dinner.
QPR were announcing a signing at 9.
Well, this is the pint-sized preview about Wickham, mate, so we don't care
I'm
about that.
I'm just going through Twitter and just doing random
I'm
fucking.
joking.
Because I thought it'd be nice to do like moves from other clubs, especially.
Yeah, we can talk about other clubs, definitely. Keep an eye
Just
on what's happening, especially around us in League One as well.
I did see Nottingham. Oh, what was it? Notts County signed a player from Sweden there today.
Was that the striker? Jata?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find his name.
Summit Jata, I think. I can't really remember. He looks decent. Decent player.
Alassane Jata, yeah. And then
Alassane Jata.
QPR Joe Hodge. That looks like that'll be announced.
Is that the loanee? Is that from Wolves? I want to say, yeah.
Irish
Wolves on
player
the
from Wolves.
Yeah,
Did you see Curtis Thompson has moved on from Cheltenham? So obviously we could have faced him at the weekend.
Just about to say,
yeah.
he's gone to Grimsby.
Grimsby, yeah.
That's a good move for Grimsby, isn't it?
I was a
Like,
real
if
big fan of Curtis.
If you can get Curtis up and going, he is a fantastic mid. He's just been really unfortunate. He's been crocked the past while.
That's
Same
the
with him
thing, isn't it?
He doesn't want to play against us.
At least he
Well,
can't
that's-
score against us.
No, well, thank God for that. But I think with him, though, he was just a proper sliding door moment, because prior to his injury, he was ever present.
Yeah,
He was ever present, and then it was ironically against Cheltenham in that 5-5 draw. He did his knee, and he didn't play for about 8 months. And after that, I think he played 5 times and got released. Now he's on his 3rd club in since May. So it's just mad how it just changes. Oh no! Oh,
are they wrong? Are they wrong?
They ain't wrong. They ain't wrong.
I can't open this bloody bottle of wine.
Mayonnaise with the Chinese. Just saying it, mate. Nonce.
That's live.
saying it how it is.
I hope there's no Scousers watching. I just insulted them all now. Fucking hell.
Lad, I'm in Liverpool. I've
Oh,
lived here for 5
mate,
years now.
if they're gonna hear me do a Scouse accent,
I can't open this bloody bottle of wine. It won't open.
come on,
You just
Deej,
try to open
save
it.
it. Save it until the second signing. Come on.
Oh, he's got the champagne for that.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah, I've got
champagne.
belly champagne. What do I have? Do I have any mixer? I have a whiskey and some mixer.
You've got all that blood
And
off
those
your
students have got it tough, and there he is drinking champagne.
I won it for getting man the match at a charity match, okay? I feel like that's
Drinking
fair.
champagne and pissing in the sink.
I'm going to go and see if I have any mixer. Because I've got rum and I've got whiskey and I can have some of that mixed.
I thought he was gonna mix wine with something then.
I can't get the wine open to mix it.
Mate, sort it out. Come on.
God's
Right,
sake.
While you're up, mate, keep your room tidy, yeah?
Yeah, he'll give his room a tidy. Right, why Deej is off going and find some mixer. let's talk about transfer deadline day memories. James, obviously, you've probably covered a lot in your media career. What's your biggest memory of deadline day, or your favourite, funniest? Just give us a great story that we can all have a laugh at.
Oh, well, then it has to be deadline day in the summer. That was one of the best I've ever experienced because it was just so funny. From a personal aspect, I actually had the day off work, but I was still keeping an eye on Wickham Twitter and contacting people about transfers because at that time I was about 2 weeks away from getting married and I was moving house. So that day I was actually moving my stuff in. And that's when I actually said to Sarah, my now wife, look, I've just got to do a bit of work now. So there's her cleaning the flat and there's me just on my phone scrolling Twitter. So that was a good start. And then it got to the evening and when everyone thinking Uche Piezu is going to sign, and before you know, everyone's in this one little Twitter space, just thinking, why is everyone here? Like, what's going on? And I think it was the cryptic messages from Uche Piezu's personal trainer, who was indicating he was going to sign, and little did we know that he was going to sign for Port Vale. So that day was a roller coaster of emotions, and that would probably be up there as one of the best.
Oh yeah, definitely. That space was so funny when we had about 50 people from Wickham Twitter.
Oh God,
all
was
in
that
this
the
Last
summer
deadline day.
window deadline one? Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was a
The
mess,
difference in
wasn't it?
organisation between the two is hilarious.
I mean, 6 months
Oh my
later down the line,
God.
we're announcing a signing live on air. So
I know. I've poured
we've come a long way.
We have, haven't we? Wall and
Yeah, we have. Kyle,
gotta say-
you are Mr. Deadline Day yourself. You love a rumour or two, don't you? Have you got any fond memories of Deadline Day?
Oh, I just say deadline day deal day. That's my favourite moment. I mean, but it is though. It's iconic, isn't it? And that's
It
when
is.
deadline day was fun. When you just reporters would turn up, and then you just have a few hundred fans randomly going and sticking a dildo in the reporter's ear. To have those days back.
It was how the reporter just sort of went to the side like this, just trying to keep his composure. I think, okay, if I move like this, the dildo will get away from me. Oh, that was so funny.
I do have to say, like, Kyle has dressed up very well. It looks like he's going to court through his whatever case. So
Hearing.
Go to court, mate. I've come from court.
Thank you, Ben, for tuning in. You did unfortunately miss the announcement of Saxon. Matty Taylor signed for Cheltenham. That's good. For
Yeah,
Cheltenham,
wow.
I think.
Back in League One. He's going to score against us on Saturday, isn't he?
I think he's got 2 goals this season, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has been in a pretty dreadful Forest Green Rovers team. So
I mean,
Managed
getting
by-
managed by
Troy Deeney.
yeah, fucking hell. He went to the fucking Joey Barton School of Public Relations. Like, what was that interview?
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it wasn't good, was it? It was.
No.
You don't come out and slam your players, and I think that's a bit of an unspoken rule in management, really. And if you're not happy with a player, you have a word with them personally. You know, 1-to-1. You don't go out and slam them in the press because that's not going to help anybody at all. Also, I don't know if I'm reading into this too much. A little thing that popped up on Wickham Twitter the other day, the picture of Anthony Stewart back at Marlow
yes.
Road, by the looks of things. What do we think of that then? Do we think that's just a visit or potentially something more?
It looked
Coming
like
from
it's
the
just a
Scottish
visit.
club.
Wait. Anthony
Exactly.
Stewart was at Aberdeen, I suppose.
Oh,
But he was on loan at MK this
And he's
season.
at MK Dons permanently now.
Oh yeah,
no,
he
he's
is.
not. He's on
He
loan.
couldn't have done an impression of an inbred
But-
and said he was from MK, could he? Really? So
I mean, does it count if he left Wickham for a Scottish club?
yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It could be Anto actually. Then I wouldn't. I know it might be controversial. I wouldn't turn my nose up at him.
I think centre back is the position we need to potentially look at. Obviously, we had Chris pick up a knock on last night. It's fucking hell. Time flies by. Yeah, we've had Chris pick up a knock. Joe's picks up a knock. Taff was ill, so we really don't know who's going to be available going into the weekend, and that's a little bit worrying. So I know Stewart hasn't really. I think he's played something like 3 games for MK this season.
4, yeah.
Yeah, something like that, and it just hasn't really been. It's not really been a success since he moved on from Wickham. Has it? He's gone from one of the best defenders in League One to just not getting a game at League Two. So, and it's sad to see because he was always a very, very good player at Wycombe. You know, that performance in the playoff final was exceptional, one of the best defensive performances I've ever seen. And it is a shame to see him, you know, well, essentially rotting at bloody our biggest rivals. But, you know, that's the way football goes sometimes. So with the one last signing being hinted, what position do we hope it is? Like, where do you think, if you could pinpoint an area in the squad now, where do you think it would be that we need to strengthen?
I do wonder if Bruno, the injury is something a bit more serious, because he put something on like Instagram watching earlier saying,
Yeah,
I thought I'd go a season without an injury, see you all soon, kind of like. He's not going to put that if it was a knock and he's likely to be back at the weekend. So I wonder.
Yeah, but it would be announced if it was a major injury like Hanlon and he was out for the end of the season. So maybe a month.
Yeah.
He generally, when he's got injured, it tends to be about 3 to 4 weeks. It's not, he doesn't, has he got injured the entire season at any point?
no, that's because what he said.
It's
He
always
said about
been.
that was his first, could have been his first season without an injury or something.
Yeah.
It's
but
got to be
he's-
centre back, I reckon, or striker maybe if we're. But
Centre back.
Well-
Well, we have Vokes up front, Kone up front, Dale can play there.
Lubala can also play there as well.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
Yeah.
Probably centre
Yeah,
back.
so I think we're all right on that front, really. I think Lubala, he's probably like he's like a Hanlon type player, isn't he? Quick, you know, uses his body well, fairly tall. And that's something I feel like Wycombe have been missing. You know, obviously you can't replace Brandon because he's, you know, one of a kind. But just, he didn't really have a set position when he played at Wycombe this season, did he? He sort of just ran about, caused chaos, and it worked. So, ever since he's been at the team, we've been a little bit, you know, lacking that unpredictability up front. So the addition of Lubala is definitely a welcome one. As for, you know, centre backs, we let Keogh go. That could be a potential area we need to strengthen. One person I wanted to bring up actually was Jordan Willis, smashing it out at Northampton at the minute, but we let him go for Keogh. And Keogh's gone 6 months later, so bit of a weird one, isn't it?
Something must have went on there. Like he didn't play under Blooms, did he?
No,
I don't
didn't rate him.
start in any matches or even really coming off the bench in any matches when
I think
Blooms came in.
I think he started the first game because he scored the own goal in Bloom's first game against Shrewsbury.
Yeah.
I think, and that one ironically was the first goal under his tenure, for or against. And and to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if he were to get a centre back in just on a 6-month contract, similar to what we did with Jordan Willis. I really wouldn't be surprised if Chris's injury is a lot serious than first feared. Then I wouldn't be surprised if that were to be the case. There must be a free agent out there who's just willing just to sign a very short-term deal, you know, 5 paychecks, you know, and just get into a team. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, because like you say, Farino, he's so good, but he just always seems to have an injury here or there. And I think it's important to remember the injury he got yesterday was from making a fantastic tackle.
Yeah,
you know,
It was recovered actually from a Jason McCarthy mistake. McCarthy got spun by the Brighton left back, and then Chris did very, very well to get over it.
he had to make a sort of last-ditch tackle, didn't he, and sort of landed awkwardly.
I think he just stretched that little bit too much, and something just went nah.
For me, like he sort of jarred his ankle a little bit. in the tackle.
Yeah, it did.
It's one of those. It's innocuous, but they're the sort of innocuous ones where you're out for 3 weeks out of nowhere.
Let's see. Joe Nuttall joins Cheltenham.
Making some
Cometio
signings, Cheltenham.
from Liverpool joins Blackburn. Brighton signs Sunderland. Midfielder Josh Robertson. There's actually Wickham in the BBC feed. Don't really care about West Brom. Who gives a shit? Sorry to. I doubt any West Brom fans watching this stream. If you are on the wrong side of Twitter, if you're watching this and you're a West Brom fan.
Jaden, I thought of another memory for you that might. You might
Oh yeah,
remember.
go on. Let's hear it.
Remember when someone decided to link Ross Barkley to Wickham on Transfer
Oh yeah, I
Deadline?
remember that.
Yeah, never close to happening. So,
If only.
well, it's amazing, isn't it? How
Mm.
one thing like that can just sort of blow up. But yeah, Never going to happen. Maybe one day, maybe in about 10 years when he's, I don't know, available on a free transfer potentially.
Still a very good player at Premier League level, isn't he? Smashing it with
Yeah,
it.
he is.
He is. He's been fantastic, hasn't he, this season?
Yeah.
That's-
We got him in League One.
I
Go on,
still-
then, Jaden. What about you then?
My transfer deadline day memories were just sort of like, well, being a Wickham fan, obviously, recently it's been a little bit, quiet on some deadline days, especially last year. This one will obviously live long in the memory, I think, in a few years' time. But just like staying up late, waiting, because I'll be honest, I was a United fan when I was little. I know.
Boo.
I didn't even know Wickham had a team till I was like 8 years old. But yeah, like staying up. I remember like waiting for, I think it was Falcao in 2015. Was that deadline day, Man
That
United?
was, yeah. I think
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I remember just dying for that, just waiting for it. I was like, oh.
But that was back
really-
when, as well, you didn't know in advance. You didn't have Peter O'Rourke or Fabrizio Romano telling you 18 days in advance you're going to sign somebody. You just turn on the television, it'd be some guy with a dildo in his face. And he'd be telling you, oh yeah, this random player that you've never heard of has turned up and now he's signing for you. And it's like, what the fuck has happened here?
I mean, deadline day is just iconic, isn't it? Just those pictures that we shared in the group chat. Just Sam Allardyce sat in the chair.
Who was the player?
Every time.
Who was the player that turned up at a Premier League club?
Odden Wingy, Peter
Peter
Odden Wingy.
Roden
Yes.
Wingy.
Gordon Wingy, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a classic.
And he did a live interview.
He
Did
did
a
a live
live
interview from his car.
He was like, yeah, I think I'm going to be joining. I'm here now. So let's just see what happens. Oh,
Forcing a move through.
only for him to be like, nah, go back to Birmingham, mate.
Living
So,
in Southwest makes you the perfect Man U fan, Jaden.
Yep, I'll never get it again. I'm a plastic.
Can I be honest? I've met more Man City fans than I've met Man United fans. I can't lie.
I don't
So
think
that's
I've
the-
ever met a Man City.
that's
fan.
because they were Man United fans before they became Man City fans. That's
true.
why.
To be fair, I lived with a girl in second and third year, and her dad was like a proper long-term Man City fan. He showed me pictures from like back in the 80s and 90s whenever they were playing us, like. And I was like, do you know what? Actually, do you know what? Fair enough. A lot of respect for that.
Mhm.
Yeah, back when they were languishing in League One, League Two.
Like,
There's a
I,
question here from Craig Anderson. Do you all think we will win the Bristol Street Mate? I'm not calling it that. Do
the
we all
Bristol
think we'll
fucking
win the
cup.
Are we,
And we all
are we
think we'll
talked
win
about winning it?
Mickey Mouse Trophy?
I am now in the semi-finals. I have fully got rid of the Mickey Mouse Trophy, and it is like we're fucking going to Wembley, lads. This is gonna be great.
I'm not fussed about winning it. I just want to get to Wembley. I like if we get to Wembley and lose, it's like, it's all right.
I was
Stay out of
fully,
Wembley.
I was fully open. I will be hypocritical and call it the best trophy in the world if we get to the final.
Well, yeah,
Because,
we all will.
but the thing is, as well, we've done a service to the EFL by knocking out so many on the 21 teams. If you think about it, we're
Yeah.
ensuring the competition remains as it should be. Proper senior teams.
That's what it's all about. Get to the final and pack it out with 10,000 fans.
Wembley would be bouncing.
I like it. Look, at the end of the day, when's the last time we won a cup, like a professional cup?
We haven't ever won a professional cup.
No.
I know it's a Mickey Mouse fucking competition, but a day out to Wembley and a possibility of a trophy, you have to take it, don't you?
Mhm.
Well, yeah, absolutely,
And
definitely.
think of the prize money as well. That's
What's it,
going to help.
100k for the final?
Something like that.
I think we picked up something like $250,000, haven't we?
Yeah, I can. Somebody put on Twitter the other day. I'll try and find it. EFL trophy prize money.
I think Peterborough are going in as the favourites, but no, I don't see why we can't. I know people are saying, "Oh, we played under 21 teams in the run up to the semis," but you can only play who's in front of you. It's not like we chose West Ham or Brighton. It's just out of the hat.
Yeah.
No.
So
The thing is, they're just one-off cup games. It's not like there's a replay or anything. It's just you never know what happens 90, and if you get through 90, it's a lottery. So we've got
Right.
as good a chance as anyone else left in it.
Yeah,
Anyone can beat anyone.
I rate us on the day to beat any of the teams left in this competition. Like, so I found it. So you get £20,000 for entering. In the group stages, you get £10,000 per win or £5,000 per draw. So I think we won all three, didn't we?
we did.
So that's 30,000. Then we get 20,000 for winning in a round of 32, 40,000 for winning in a round of 16, 50,000 in the quarterfinals, would get 50,000 for being runners up, and 100,000 for winning it. So
Nice.
it's not a small amount of money, is it?
No, it's a good chunk of cash, especially for us. You know,
The
with
Evening
Ali.
Standard five-a-side tournament 2 years running.
With
That's
Ali
before
going out as well from Wimbledon, we've probably made a fair amount of money this window.
Evening Standard five-a-side champions. You'll never sing that.
That's cool, to be fair. That is like one of those things that's like, that's cool, but like it's just so random.
It's cool, but who cares, basically?
Don't we have amateur trophies?
Yeah, FA
Yeah.
Cups.
Yeah.
How many times we won the Berks and Bucks? Someone will be
Oh.
able to tell us that, wouldn't they? Countless.
The last time I think Wickham won it, there was 2012. So, and I think for some of those years we did participate. I mean, we did get knocked out in the first round last time
Yes, that was hilarious.
against Bracknell.
Oh, I remember that.
I'll try. Wins by team 29 times Wickham Wanderers,
Crikey, we're massive.
and 24 times we were runners up. Maidenhead are 22, Chesham are 16, Marlow 13, Windsor and Eton 12, Slough United, Slough Town 11, Reading 4 times, Milton Keynes Dons 1 time.
How tin pot.
That
There's
is
28 to go to beat us.
very tin pot if you ask me. You never sing that, will you?
No, they won't. They will never sing that. I wonder if my dad ever won it with Chesham.
Yeah, Chesham Town have won it twice. They've won it more than
Chesham
Milton
Town?
Keynes.
Is it Chesham United?
Chesham United is 16 times and Chesham Town 2 times.
Oh, it's
Oh,
two.
Chesham Town's definitely not your dad. This was last win 1908.
Yeah, no.
I didn't see that. I was just going through and reading them off, and I just saw Chesham Town's like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe they were.
I'm glad you confirmed that, DJ. I'm really glad because we didn't
cheers,
want to think that Jaden's dad was over 100 years old, so it's all good.
Look, there's some weird fuckers about nowadays.
You call my dad weird? It's not very
I
nice.
know your dad. No, to be fair, your dad is actually lovely. When I met him, he has been absolutely lovely.
Oh no, he loves the Wick.
He does. My dad's not a massive Wickham fan at all, but God love me, comes to the games whenever I ask him. To be fair, I don't know if I've told this. We obviously got into the playoff final versus Sunderland.
Yeah.
And my dad goes to me here because I was doing my dissertation at the time. Goes as a like treat for your dissertation, I'll get your tickets and we'll go together. I was like, yeah, that's class. Same. We've got really nice things. You know where there's like the section where they cut off a bunch of rows, like they cut off a row, so there's Wickham fans here and the Sunderland fans here.
Mm-hmm.
We were right on the edge of the Wickham fans, and like just across from us was the Sunderland fans. And my dad was starting to enjoy it, getting into it. Yes, my one, Thomas. And about 20 minutes in, I think Sunderland had a shot, and it went right. I could just see my dad getting up, going, "Way!" And like, he is not a football fan. He won't watch football. I think he follows Wickham because I'm interested in Wickham, obviously. But he got properly into that day. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? My mum also sort of did the same when she came to Wembley as her first time. She's now an avid Wickham supporter, I'm pleased to report.
That's good.
Good to hear.
Annie's a proper Wickham supporter now. She's got the away kit now, and she watched it with me last week.
Nice. The away kit is a thing of beauty.
The away kit is actually class. I might get the away kit with Coney in the back of it when I get to payday again.
On the topic of kits, James, you must be quite a nervous man tonight. Obviously, purchasing the third kit with Jolo's name on the back.
Oh, that was done about 2-3 weeks ago. So if whatever happens, at least in my head, I just saw the goal against Bristol Rovers. That's what I see when I see that kit. So I thought, if he does go, then he goes. But at least I can say I've seen him wear the kit, unlike Richard Keogh. So
that was absolutely savage, that one with Catherine, wasn't it?
no, I felt so bad for her, and literally 7 days. That's all it took.
Why
That's all
has
it
somebody commented on the the announcement, Littler 6, Humphreys 2. Isn't that the darts?
Is that the actual score?
I don't know. Chris Wilkins just posted.
Oh, that's
Littler
my
6.
dad.
That's your dad.
This is bad.
He was
Is he
just letting
posting
me
it?
know the darts score.
I didn't know that's your
it's
dad's
just
Twitter
garbage,
account.
man.
I just saw that. I was like, what?
Cheers, Dad. Thank you. So there you go, everyone. Luke Littler has won. Everyone liking the Twitter.
I'll give it a like. He's got 4 likes already.
4 likes. Top comment.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That is brilliant.
Cheers, Dad.
Oh
Thank you.
my god.
Isaac Hayden to QPR. That's actually really good for them.
Not
Oh
bad.
yeah, Christ, I forgot about that.
Ex-Arsenal.
Yeah. Peterborough have released and re-signed Jed Steer.
Yeah, that was a weird one, wasn't it? I swear he signed there like a couple weeks back, and
He
then...
signed a couple of weeks ago. They released him yesterday, and now he's re-signed.
What?
I don't think they've made another signing apart from him this window.
They signed
Do
the
you
same
think
player
that's to
twice.
get round something? That must be getting round like potential player quotas or something to do with their squad list. Because it doesn't make any sense for a player to be released.
I'm trying to think of EFL registration. If EFL registration isn't really that harsh, it could be potentially financial fair play.
Maybe, yeah.
Because if he re-signed on his old contract, it might have impacted financial fair play. Whereas he re-signed, I don't know. It might be a financial fair play thing. That's just fucking weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you seen
very
Tom's reply to your dad?
Oh god, what's he put?
Go to bed, old man.
Fucking hell, Tom.
Tom, come on.
Get
Isn't
to
your-
bed, old man. James said, cheers, Dad. Tom, my dad's gonna have some choice words for you, son.
Isn't your dad? Isn't your dad in the same house as you as you speak?
Yeah, he's downstairs.
He's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
come
on.
up and start giving it large.
Should I get him on the stream? No. he
Thank
won't.
you, Aaron. That means a lot.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you,
thank
Aaron.
Like, it is mental. We all, well, apart from like James, who's like a proper professional and shit.
Well, I wouldn't even go that far, but thank you. I
But we all
appreciate
started off just screaming into the void on Twitter, and now
Yeah.
we're all here for the
It's
official
mental how far
unveiling.
this has come.
I know,
isn't it?
it's mental, isn't it?
So we're able to have that. We've had a signing announced live on
By
our
the
show
sporting director
Yeah,
of
that is
Wickham
mental.
Wanderers
That's
on the
fascinating.
stream.
with the manager of the football club present. Like, what is
It
tonight?
is
What is going
insane,
on?
isn't it?
It's insane. It's just like a few mates having a beer together, having a chat about Wickham every week, and we've managed to bring it into like this, and people from Australia watching. It's incredible. Like, and I think we've all got to give credit to George because he's
Oh,
put in a
massively.
fantastic effort, brought us all together, and
Wouldn't be here out, George, would we?
it.
no, we wouldn't.
wouldn't be. No.
George works really hard to bring this to you every week, and he's done a fantastic job. He deserves all the credit he gets because it's been fantastic what we've been able to do, and I feel like we've got a real good platform now to talk about the club. It's nice.
And it's no
To be fair
surprise
to
that.
Pete, he was right though when he said that we're all a bunch of fucking nerds.
That's true.
No,
He
that
ain't
is,
wrong,
no,
is
no,
he?
he's not
He's
wrong in
got a
that.
point,
sense.
doesn't he?
I
Right.
fucking love Pete. Honestly, he's so
I know.
funny.
I've got 2 things. So first of all, apparently Nathan Jones is going to take over at Charlton.
Yeah, he's
Ooh.
been odds on favourite for that for about a week or so.
And Sam Barnett has DM'd me saying Jed Steer rejected a new contract as wanted assurances. Then, whilst watching the scores came on Tuesday, he said he missed it. That's why he signed back on.
Ah, right, makes sense.
Just a U-turn then. Thank you. Sam's brilliant with me. Sam's always texting me interesting stuff, so he's actually been brilliant.
Yeah, got a few good sources in and around Wickham, haven't we, that know everything.
Sam was the one who actually noticed the Anthony Stewart photo, and he texted me going, "Have you seen this?" I was like, "No."
Pretty impressive detective work, wasn't it? It was like, wasn't it like the corner of the badge or something?
Yeah,
on the wall?
I found that part. Sam texted me going, "I swear this is like the gym or something." And I went and I knew that it would be in. Do you remember the preseason videos?
Yeah,
I remember seeing the Wickham badge in one of the preseason videos. So I went back and watched it, and I found the match, and I figured out it was just reversed. That reminds me of whenever we figured out Joe Lowe. Do you remember George found out his tattoo?
Yeah.
Then I
yeah,
figured out
remember
his
that.
boots matched and all that. That was class.
That was such good detective work.
Why aren't you guys detectives? Do you have any crimes you could be solving with this level of intelligence?
But it reminds
Too
me,
busy
do you know
playing Championship Manager.
you know the Geo Guesser guy? He basically lives like any street in the world.
Yeah, like can turn around once. He's like, "Oh, this is fucking Mongolia or something."
Yeah,
and just get
like I
yeah.
remember him saying he got like a £300,000 job offer from like the National Security Agency in America. He just went, "Nah, I'm good. I like playing GeoGuessr online."
That's mental, isn't it?
He was just like,
fuck your money. I just
Nah,
want to play GeoGuessr.
I think he moved to Asia or something. He just went, "Nah, fuck it, I'm good."
Fair enough. Fair play to the lad. Let's put the topic of transfers to one side, I suppose, then, and I guess we'll have to talk a little bit about Saturday's disappointment at home to Fleetwood. A 2-2 draw, obviously 2-0 down at half time, but a red card for Promise on the chair really turned the game around, and Wickham probably unlucky not to win. But Darragh, I'll come to you first. Obviously, being 2-0 down at half time, it wasn't what we wanted going into the game, but you take a point after being 2-0 down, don't you?
You take a point, but at the end of the day, it's a disappointing point because you thought we could have actually tried to find a third. We had the momentum with us for so much that second half that you can feel a bit aggrieved not to have the 3 points. But at the same time, they played so well in the first half, I think maybe a point's fair. I think the one thing that maybe it showed us is Richard Kone. He's raw, he's rough, he gives away 18 fails a game. But he's also consistently, when he's came on, looked like the person who's making things happen and looking to get goals. And at what point do you have to go, maybe he needs to start?
Yeah.
Because we look a far more clinical team when he's on the pitch. We look like we actually want to score goals. And he could do the business alongside Vokes.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. He made a huge impact, and he obviously had the disallowed goal, and then he did get his goal eventually with a nice composed finish off of a Vokes attack as well. So yeah, nice to see those two are linking up. Kyle, I'll come to you. Obviously, the first half was far from what we expected. Really poor performance. Wickham were just unrecognisable in that half, weren't they? Just what do you think went wrong?
Fucking hell, everything. No, I mean, where do you even begin for that first half of football? It was a shambles from start to finish, wasn't it? That half. We were defensively all over the place. We didn't have a single clue what to do with the ball going forwards. The only option that I saw us using the whole time was Lee gets the ball, Lee pumps it long. That was it. We looked completely ineffective. We had no penetration, and we made a team that was bottom of the table, winless in 12 or 13. I mean, they looked like prime fucking Real Madrid. That's how bad we were. And I have to say, looking at it, if it wasn't for the sending off, would we have made a dent on them in the second half? I'm not convinced we would have done with 11 versus 11. 11 v 10, you know, you can exploit the spaces more. They have to work harder to cover the ground. They've got a new formation. You can draw them over the pitch. I'm not convinced 11 v 11 we would have got there in the end. But from the position we were in, to get back to 2-2, even with a missed penalty, I think it was really disappointing, massively. I mean, I'm calmed down now, and obviously I made a point of staying off of Twitter on Saturday night because, you know, the computer nearly went through the window in the first half. So it's worrying at the moment. I don't know what it is. You know, we talk about this week by week. I mean, how many weeks now are we on? You know, 2 months, nearly 3 months. We've been saying the same shit every single week, and it's the same things that we're looking at again and again, that we keep making the same mistakes. Definition of madness. We're doing the same things every single week, and we expect a different result. And listen, I'm keeping an eye on the comments because I'm waiting to see some more Bloomfield out bollocks that we usually get every week. I don't think so much in that performance first half. What can you really say? Is that on Bloomfield? No, not at all. Every single one of those players out there, that's on them. You can't be coming at Bloomfield for that. If they're going to play that way, they're not going to put in that effort. They're going to be a complete shambles. What can you do about that? It's so frustrating, and I feel at the moment, again, it goes back to this what we've spoken about before. It's that perfect storm where we're so hopelessly out of form, and then that breeds in with there's no confidence, and at the same time you've got a manager who is quite clearly you will be feeling under pressure, because you are. Whether or not there's any pressure from above, I'm sure there isn't at all. But you've still got those professional standards as a person that you want to do your best for the club. So that all of that comes together, and it's just, the manager's probably not feeling confident, the players aren't feeling confident, and then that feeds off into the stands as well, which would explain, I know we'll touch on it, that toxicity. So I don't know, we're just stuck in a rut at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree with Carl. We just said that. I mean, that first half performance was awful. Like, it was one of the worst, and I 100% agree with you that if Fleetwood didn't have the man sent off just before half time, Wycombe aren't winning that. No way. I just couldn't. I couldn't even see a scoring in that first half. We just looked so out of place. It was almost as if they just didn't want to turn up. And Fleetwood, and I had to pinch myself. It was almost as if I forgot that Fleetwood were bottom of the table. They're the only side in the league at the time that hadn't got 20 points. That's when you look at it. I thought to myself, which team is actually bottom of the table and have got their third manager of the season? Because it doesn't look like it's Fleetwood. And the red card was a huge blessing for us. And let's be real, the second half was a lot better, but that first half was probably one of the worst I've ever seen ever. And I think, and Bloomfield knew that. He said that after the game, and he knows that whilst he is the man responsible with the tactics, with the pattern of play, all sorts, the players have the responsibility on the pitch, because you can do everything you can during the week. Blooms can't go on the pitch and put the ball in the net himself. You can't. Yeah, the players have the responsibility. Hence why GMAC came out and did the interview with the club, because he felt like he had to address it, and which was the right thing to do. And obviously that opened up a few discussions as well. So I think when you look at it as a whole, yeah, it's just not in terms of the league, it's not the best at the moment. 1 win in 17 is relegation form. But in a way, that's why getting to Wembley is so important, because it is such a welcome distraction. Because let's be real, a day out of Wembley, you're not going to turn that down. The chance to win a cup at the home of football, it's something that Wycombe haven't done for a long time. I know people can say about the playoffs, but the last time I think Wycombe won a final with fans in, I think, was the 90s, was it? Because obviously 2020 was behind closed doors. 2018 we got promoted automatically, as did like in the late 10s. No, was it late 10s? Late 2000s, 2009 and 2011. So I think it was during the Martin O'Neill days was the last time Wycombe won a match at Wembley with fans. So Matt Bloomfield has a chance to create a legacy for himself, because whatever happens, he could be the manager who could win a trophy. But yeah, it's the league form is a tad concerning, and we just need to hope we get a result at Cheltenham on Saturday, because they've picked up under Darrell Clarke. I think we forget, I think in the middle of October, around the same time we were going to play them, I don't think they had scored a goal like 8-9 games in, and now I think they're about 3 or 4 points. There we go, Liam O'Rourke, 94 versus Preston. So yeah, 30 years ago. 30 years ago was the last time Wycombe won at Wembley with fans present. So, if that's not... It is. Of course, and when you look at it, the kits this season, especially the green one, is to commemorate the 30th anniversary of us being in a football league. So if that's not an incentive, then I don't know what is. So we were talking about this recently, me and another friend, but what would you rather take? God forbid this does happen, but would you take an EFL trophy win at Wembley, but relegation to League Two, or not winning the trophy and staying up?
Oh, it's a tough one, because obviously winning the trophy is a huge thing. We haven't done it in 30 years, but I think right now I would have to, by saying not winning the trophy, do we mean get to Wembley or go out semi-finals?
So you just don't win it at all, so get knocked out. Yeah.
I'd have to say stay in League One if I'm honest, because I think we would struggle in League Two. Maybe we'd lose a lot of players. I couldn't see Leahy and that sticking around. But yeah, obviously a trophy would be massive, but I would have to take the league position, I think.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
We can't be.
I'd take a day out at Wembley and losing at Wembley to stay up.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Yeah. Deej, you're on mute, mate.
That's the second time.
I would take a day out to Wembley and losing it. I would take that happily and stay in League One.
Put it back on mute.
Right,
Drop
then.
the floor. He's gone. He's had enough. He's leaving the room. He's actually.
He didn't take his booze with him.
No, he
To be
didn't.
fair, on that note, I'm going to go and do a few bits I need to do for work and grab a beer, and I'll be back in a little bit, lads.
All right.
Yeah,
Speak to you
okay,
later,
mate.
Aaron.
Hopefully back in time for the next signing, yeah?
Signing numero 2 of the night, hopefully.
Exactly that.
Yeah. All right. Speak to you in a bit, mate. Right. So obviously we spoke a little bit about Fleetwood, but let's get on to last night, because it was a real positive performance and what's been maybe a bit of a dim run of form in the league. James, you were there, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I believe. Yes.
I was there.
Just talk us through, the performance. It was a very good performance, ruthless from Wickham.
Very much so, and I don't like using cliches, but it really was men versus boys. Brighton really didn't know what hit them. And whilst the game did ebb and flow for a bit, as soon as we went 1-0 up through Kieran Sadlier, that was that. I mean, to score 3 goals in 5 minutes, it doesn't matter who you are. From a professional outfit, that's very, very good. And Wickham just didn't. I don't think Wickham really got out of third gear, to be honest with you. It was just very, very comfortable. And I think the red card at the start of the second half obviously didn't help Brighton's cause at all. I just think they were a bit overwhelmed by the situation. I honestly think they just didn't know what to expect. And I thought Kane Vincent-Young was fantastic. He was bossing it down the left-hand side. He looks like a brand new player. He really, really does. I thought Sadlier was fantastic. Firmino looked good until he came off. I thought Jason McCarthy, we need to remember that's his first start of the season. That was only his second game, I think, so he's going to be a bit rusty, but I thought he looked okay. So no, I thought it was a really, really good performance. Obviously disappointing that we conceded near the end, but you're into a semi-final of a major competition, and you could be up against a side like Peterborough, who have got history in this competition. It's an exciting time. It really, really is. And despite being very, very ill yesterday, Bloomfield had a big beaming smile on his face, because he was honest. He said the league form hasn't been good. It really hasn't. 1 win in 17 is awful. But everyone is buzzing about potentially getting to Wembley, because it'll be huge for the club. It really will be. And we need to remember as well, semi-final is on TV. The semi-final will be TV, and that's going to help. And that's going to help Wickham out as well. So no, it was a really, really good performance from Wickham yesterday. The one thing that did make me laugh was the player got sent off, Luca Barrington. He was being sung to by the Wickham fans. He's got school in the morning. He actually looked over to the terrace, and he did actually say something. I don't know what it was, but he probably looked and he said something and just sort of dropped down the tunnel. But he must be like 18, 19. So yeah, learning curve for him.
Yeah.
What was that by Liam? I didn't actually see. I just saw Jesse
sorry.
Lingard, Wickham, and South Korea. So I don't know what was the link.
Jesse Lingard's moving to South Korea, apparently.
Yes, he is. Yes,
Oh,
I
wow.
actually saw that. So Ben Godfrey's going to Sheffield United, and Jay Lings is going to FC Seoul.
All right. Wow. Interesting
Which-
signing there.
Yeah,
He's
That's-
really gone down the drain since his very successful loan spell at West Ham, isn't he?
well, he was back. He was back at West Ham, wasn't he? Training with them at the start of this season, I swear.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then, what, did he want too much money?
He also went out to train with Al-Ettifaq, didn't he? Gerard's team, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you not get signed by a Saudi Arabian club? I'm sorry. Like,
They've obviously seen something that they don't like.
Well, he
Like,
went to
that is-
Forest, didn't he? He went to Forest when he could have gone to West Ham for the second time, but he opted to go to Forest because they literally offered him more money, and that was literally as simple as that. And to be end of the day, like it's a job, isn't it? So you're gonna. I know we look at it from a different perspective, but if someone's offering you more money, 9 times out of 10, you're going to take it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's literally what he did. But yeah, hopefully it works out for him.
that's
Yeah, definitely.
mental though if you think about it.
Just he's just declined like so much. Going from a nailed-on starter at Man United to the Korean League in about 3 or 4 years. It's just a massive decline, really, isn't it? And we've seen a lot of English players who have been like, well, wonder kids pretty much coming up like Dele Alli, and they've just fallen off recently. It's quite sad to see, if I'm honest.
Well, here's one for you guys then. Can you remember any young player from, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago you saw live against Wickham and then they've gone on to become big? Like, against Wickham? Like, did no one that comes into your mind, Kyle or Jalen?
Oh, that's a really good question. I guess the obvious one would be Ollie Watkins for Exeter. Went on, obviously, smashing it in the Premier League now. Very, very good player. You just knew, when you saw him play, you knew he was going to be a star. And he came through the academy at Exeter, didn't really get nailed into the first team for a few years and just came in, bagged a load of goals and, went on to have a pretty good career. But yeah, it's I would definitely say Ollie Watkins is the one that sticks out for me.
What about you then, Kyle?
I mean, probably not against Wickham. I don't think it would have been at that time. No, it wasn't. The best player that I ever saw that you could see was going to go on and play at a much higher level, probably Ricky Lambert when he was at Bristol Rovers. He was that good that he made Joker 4 look good.
Joker 4, that's a throwback. That is, isn't it?
Crikey, yeah, Joker 4, bloody hell.
Really would rather not think about it, Joker 4.
He's the 7th signing tonight.
What about you then, DJ? The one player against Wickham years and years and years ago that's gone on to be big things.
See, I've only been watching Wickham about the past 5 or so years, so there's been really few players that have been absolutely standouts that have then went on to go very far. I mean, Liam says Ivan Toney, and that's actually a great shout, to be fair.
Yeah,
Wasn't that young when he played us either. He was 22 or 23, I swear.
He was born in 96, 97, so he's about 26, 27.
Yeah.
So and obviously got that hat trick, didn't he, against us in the Championship all those years ago. So, yeah.
Like, it's difficult for me because I am a much newer watcher than a lot of you, so it's more difficult for me to say this person because, well, I've not been watching for that long, so I've not got as much experience as you do.
I think probably going back even earlier, when we were League One, but we were so bad it was unreal. I mean, Jordan Rose back then when he was playing for Huddersfield was just ridiculous. He was so fucking good. And I think if you want to say most recently, the player that I've been most impressed with that I've ever seen play against Wickham and is now doing it at a high level and will play it at a high level is probably Wes Burns for Ipswich.
Yeah. That's a good shout, actually.
Seriously impressed with him when we played against them when they were in our league. I thought he was a menace. Really, really good player. Didn't quite work out the same. And Macaulay Bonne was in that Ipswich team as well at the time.
See, the one that sticks out of my mind, which is ironic because he's actually still in the same league as us, and I thought Alfie May was unreal. Like genuinely, I know, and I'm surprised that he's still in League One. Genuinely, I am. The fact that Charlton got him for 350,000 is ridiculous.
He seems to have been a bit unlucky with his moves in a way.
Yeah, I think so.
I need to go and grab something. I just realised I left something in.
Oh,
the
God.
room. No, I was doing work and I think I left my iPad out in the IT lab.
Right.
That's
So,
his excuse to get more
probably need to
booze.
grab
That's
that
what
note there.
God knows what's on that iPad.
I mean.
So expanding off your question a little bit, James, not necessarily to do with Wickham, but have you ever watched a player live who's gone on to something big? A prima donna, basically.
God, that's a great question. What, either two or what, for Wickham or against Wickham?
Just in general, like watching football, anyone doesn't have to be
Yeah.
to do with Wickham or.
Oh, I guess it's a Wickham related one, but Eberici Eze, like just
Oh yeah,
unreal, just so good. I mean, when he was at Wickham for that 6-month period, I wasn't a Wickham fan or anything like that. I just went and watched them play, and I just thought this kid is unreal. And I remember a game specifically. It was against Cheltenham at Adams Park. I finished 3-3, and they had and Cheltenham had a goal scored, I think in like the 90th minute or something. And I remember Eze was on the touchline, and he was like doing all these skills. He was producing so much quality stuff. But then one of the Cheltenham players just properly barged him over the advertising hoardings. No free kick was given, and Cheltenham scored from it. And I just remember that the whole of Adams Park in unison, apart from the away stand, just absolutely losing their nut. And I just remember saying to my brother, this kid is going to be unreal. And yeah, now he's at Palace and he's played for England, and hopefully one day he could be playing at an international tournament for England. But yeah, Eze is up there. And I said this last season, but I think, like, in terms of from a reporting aspect, I think Anis Mehmeti is probably the best Wickham player I've ever seen. Like, genuinely, I just think just unreal. Just the raw talent. When they signed him in that COVID season, I was very lucky to be one of the few to be at Adams Park that season. And when he got the ball, nobody knew what to do. He was so raw. No one knew anything about him. He just dribbled like he was playing at like cage football, playing at the park. And yeah, I'm not surprised that he left, because last season he was unreal. And important to note actually that despite him leaving in January,
Nigel Londwick.
I'm not sure if this is true or not. There's nothing on Twitter, but this could potentially be. He's a centre half, also played for Plymouth. I think it was last year. Nothing yet official on Twitter, but that would be one hell of a signing if that's correct.
Let's see.
Sorry to interrupt you, James. I thought
This-
no,
this
I was
came
waffling, so it's all good. And George has messaged to say he's going to join us in about 20 minutes, so we can't not have Transfer Deadline Day podcast and not have the name himself.
Without George.
This is from Liam Keane, Wolves correspondent for the Express and Star. New Nigel Londwick set to join Wickham on loan for the rest of the season. Had an injury-laden spell at Grasshoppers in Switzerland earlier in the season.
Oh, well, that fucking bodes well, doesn't it?
So that appears to be. How the is he? What? Okay, where the fuck does the Scottish come in then if it's him? Or
Unless
we
it was Pete trying to do like a Dutch accent, he just got it completely wrong.
Or
So,
it could be more than one signing. You never know.
We've got a breaking one here, actually.
Dutch. Yeah, he's Dutch. He is fully just fucking Dutch. He was.
Pete might be hinting at more than just one. We might be having a triple.
Oh, hang on. Wait,
He was at.
Dave-
Oh my god.
Dave Tarpey.
Dave Tarpey. Dave
Oh,
fuck
Tarpey's
off.
coming.
Guess where he was on at loan last season?
Plymouth
Nigel
Argyle.
Londwick. Yep.
We're just becoming the Plymouth title-winning side, and I don't mind that at all.
They won the title. Can we complain if we become them?
No, you can't complain, really, can you? It's It's exactly what you want. What a good signing that'll be if we get that one over the line. We haven't got Pete queuing at the minute to get in, so nothing official to announce just yet. But yeah, well, reports coming out of Wolves seem somewhat credible by the looks of things.
It does seem like a proper fucking journalist.
Yeah.
Anything there?
You heard anything from your source tonight, Kyle? Any transfer rumours?
It's all quiet on the Western Front at the moment, mate. Obviously, Nevitt won't be in the house. We know that one.
Yeah.
The
property
extensive
portfolio.
property portfolio in the Stoke-on-Trent area. So, yeah, I can't say much more than that one at the moment. Unlikely to happen, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe Elliot Nevitt's just on hold for a little while whilst he sells them properties. So going back to what we were talking about before the Nigel Longwick news came in, the one I was going to say actually, it's a prima donna I've seen live, is Harry Maguire. Believe it or not, the future world's most expensive defender. When I must have been about 10 years old at the time. I went to on holiday in Cardiff, and we went to Cardiff City against Wigan, and Wigan had a young Harry Maguire lining out for them. Little did I know that he would be the world's most expensive defender in about 8 years' time from then. So that's one I've seen. What about you, Kyle or Deej? Have you seen any prima donnas that have gone on to massive things?
Raheem Sterling when he's at Liverpool.
Oh yeah.
London Olympics. I watched England play, I believe it might have been Japan in Cardiff at the Millennium Stadium, and Raheem Sterling was one of the players. And this was still, I think it was like his breakout season at Liverpool. And then obviously he's went on to Manchester City where he did very well, and then now he's at Chelsea where he's doing not so very well because it's Chelsea, because they're shit. I think he's the main one. I'll have a look see who else was in that team.
I've just remembered one, Jaden.
Yeah,
Now you mentioned, because I was just thinking of Wickham, my Wickham brain, but as you know, I'm an Arsenal fan, and I remember the first ever Arsenal game I ever went to, there was a young Wayne Rooney in the Everton team.
Oh Christ!
So yeah, that was pretty cool, watching like a 17, 18-year-old Wayne Rooney play. It was in his second season, which would have been his last season at Everton before he joined Man United, which happened to be the unbeaten season. So there was a big ball of ginger testosterone guy running around Highbury, and I think he had Duncan Ferguson alongside him. But yeah, Wayne Rooney will probably be I won't call him prima donna, but the proper legend, like starting out.
Shout, basically.
But then I did manage to speak to Rooney when we lost to Derby a few years ago, that Andre Wisdom goal. And that was the day that Wickham went down, in my opinion. That was the day that changed everything. Because he admitted he said Wickham should have won, and I remember using that in my article because he was like, we played terribly. Wickham should not have lost, and it was an offside goal that should never. Oh, honestly, that day. Oh, that planted a seed. That did. For my
the Horgan goal was quite memorable, wasn't it?
I've looked up the England squad for London 2012 Olympics. It's actually a really good squad.
Okay,
you had Jack Butland and Jason Steele in goals.
Wasn't Stephen Colker in that team as well?
Yeah, Neil Taylor, Ryan Bertrand, Stephen Colker, Craig Dawson, James Tompkin, Micah Richards, Danny Rose, Tom Cleverley, Joe Allen, Ryan Giggs as captain, Jack Cork, Aaron Ramsey, Scott Sinclair, Raheem Sterling, Daniel Stewart, Craig Bellamy, and Marvin Sordell.
I remember Marvin Sordell.
He was at Watford and Burnley.
He was at Bolton at the time. He went to Charlton, Burnley, Colchester, Coventry, Burton, Northampton, then he retired.
Without being aware.
He hasn't seen it.
He hasn't seen it yet.
What?
Kyle.
Oh, Jesus, lad. Lad, that is a disgrace.
Which side do you want, Johnny? You can have the size and you can have them behind, mate. Take your pick. I'll get 12.
Get the full turn in. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Everybody in Wickham Twitter is now all over Nigel Londwick.
Is it popping off on Wickham Twitter? Is it
Yeah,
looking like
Wickham
he's back?
Zone, Gazman, Dan Clark, Thomas. Yeah, everybody's starting to talk about it now.
Yeah.
That'd be a fantastic move, but the only thing I think is he'd want to start, would he not?
It'd be interesting to see what happens in terms of like who we pick. I feel like he will definitely be. He's a League One. I don't know if you've seen. Have you had a look at his stats, Deech? Or
I'll have a look now. I actually didn't get...
I know he was a firm fixture in the Plymouth team last year. 35 appearances in the league winning side.
He's valued at £1 million, which is, something. League One, 35 appearances, 28 starts. He made 75% of his passes accurately, 2 assists, 2 interceptions per game, 2 tackles per game, 1.9. That's not bad, actually. Not actually amazingly in terms of duels. 58% of ground duels and 57% of aerial duels won, which isn't actually fantastic. But
yeah.
To be fair, he looks like he could... I mean, you don't get to the top league in Switzerland, grasshoppers, without being pretty fucking good.
Yeah, exactly. He's made the step up from League One. Another League One champion will be the 3rd League One champion that we sign this window if this deal does go through. And it's crazy. Like we're rebuilding Plymouth's title-winning squad. I wonder if Butch or Saxon have been on the phone to Nigel telling him to come down if we're in a bit of need of a defender. But it does sort of raise a question, doesn't it, with team selection now? Obviously, we don't know how long Chris is going to be out for, but obviously Tafazoli, still a very good player, Low, and now throwing Longwick into the mix. We've got 3, and when Farino's back, 4 very good options to play with, haven't we?
But that is, at the end of the day, what you do want from... You want to have 4 great options. I always reckon you need to have... So if you're playing 2 centre-backs, you want 4 options who can actually play that position really well.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy about getting Nigel in. I mean, the big question mark does appear to be his injuries then. He also played 22 games in Eredivisie in 21-22, like.
Did he really?
Yeah, at... Who was it?
Fortuna Sittard.
Yeah, Fortuna. I mean, the Eredivisie is... I mean, obviously, it's a bit of a farmers' league with just Ajax and AZ, but... I mean, it's a competitive league. It's a very good league, I'd say.
It's probably higher quality than League One, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Let me look at the league coefficients.
I mean, as well, like 35 games for Plymouth in the title-winning side last. That's one you got to look at, as well as his experience in the Eredivisie.
Yeah. I want league association clubs. No. Interestingly, Man City are ranked as the highest ranked coefficient team in the world.
Really?
Yeah, Man City, Bayern, Real Madrid, PSG, Liverpool, Inter Milan, Leipzig, Chelsea. Chelsea?
Sorry? Really?
They're 8th, yeah.
Christ, wow.
Man United, Roma, Dortmund. Arsenal are 21st. West Ham are 24th. Shakhtar Donetsk are 25th. Tottenham are 30th. Anything interesting? Celtic are below Maccabi Tel Aviv.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I want the league one though. There should be a league coefficient that like
I
ranks
just
the
want to let
leagues.
you know, I've got Topless Tom messaging me on Twitter asking if this player from Wolves is 6'4". I mean, based on the screen, mate, it looks about 4 inches. I wouldn't have a clue if he's 4 inches or 6'4", mate, to be honest with you.
Just message him, Kyle. Ask him his height.
Okay.
What nationality is he?
To answer your question, Tom, he's Dutch, and according to Wikipedia, he's 6'5".
Oh, he wasn't far off, was it?
No, he went far off. We'll give him that.
Harrison has just said to me on DMs he could be a replacement for Joe, but it doesn't look like we're going to sell Joe.
Unless there's something going on in the background that we are unaware of. I couldn't see Joe going now. If I'm
It
honest,
seems
with
it
you.
seems extraordinarily late for Joe to go. That rhymed, hey. Sorry.
I think
Talking of deadline day drama, surely we should bring up Lewis Wing because that was a great late.
that was like last minute deadline day, wasn't it? It's like literally like 5 minutes after 12, wasn't it? I swear.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oxford had just signed.
Jaden, you see the story about Lewis Wing? Obviously, I don't think we're allowed to tell it, but it was a very interesting story, wasn't it?
Yeah, Matt told us what went on with Lewis Wing. I don't know if we're allowed to
I don't
say
think we
anything,
can.
but-
No.
No, yeah, it was a very interesting story. I'm not going to elaborate on anything.
No.
But it was a really good story. Oxford, I was just saying, Oxford have signed Jay Matete. Is that on loan from Sunderland?
Yeah.
I think he was a Sunderland player. Did he go to Plymouth last year?
I think so. I need to, where's BBC's?
Mate, this whole
Deadline
Plymouth
day.
title winning squad's ending up back in League One.
I was thinking about this the other day, though. The team you need to get to the championship and the team you need to stay in the championship are not necessarily the same team.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything interesting from BBC? Matete. Yeah, there's the Lingard offer. Villarreal signed Villa forward Bertrand Traore.
I forgot he was still there at Villa, if I'm honest with you.
Bristol City signed Dyer Mabude from Westerlo in Belgium. He was at Man City previously.
Who's that?
Yeah, he's fucking rapid, Dyer Mabude.
I don't recognise the name.
Actually, a good wee talent. He left
Oh,
City
really?
because he didn't see himself starting over Grealish and Mahrez at the time. And who was it they brought in as well, that winger?
Doku.
Yeah, he didn't see himself starting, so he left, which is, fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hayden.
Anything else happening in League One really at the minute?
I'm having a look.
Getting
There's a
on
lot
for-
of there's a lot of clubs announcing they're announcing something, but Lincoln are announcing somebody soon by the looks of it.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
Is
your
that-
love child, Mr.
That's my Elliot.
Watt.
Is that Elliot Watt? Fuck's
That is
sake.
Elliot
I
Watt.
really rated Elliot Watt. I did want him.
I wonder if there's
But, you
going to be
know-
a signing like there was on back in the summer, which like I think it was Armstrong in Wrexham. It never went through.
They announced
There's
it,
gonna
they
there's gonna be a
There
signing
has
like
to
that,
be one.
surely.
There has to be a sign in
Let's
that.
just hope it doesn't happen to us.
Yeah, let's hope it. Yeah,
Tottenham are signing Lucas Bergvall. He's a fucking insane talent. Plays in Sweden.
Someone asks our thoughts on the potential Wolves loan signing.
Yeah, fantastic if he gets through.
Another title winner. 35 games in the league last year. Fine by me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm more than happy with that.
Got to be careful with his injuries, but no, it's a good signing. More than happy.
He'll not
A
be the
lot of
first
Plymouth
player
fans
we've ever
wanted him
signed
back.
who's had injury issues, is he?
Yeah, no, and obviously Saxon's been injured as well, so and we
Mm.
signed him, so it can't be too much of a concern, really, can it?
Fulham are still working on the Brower deal from Chelsea.
Did that not go through? My dad told me that went through.
They're still, because they're also looking to get Lyon's Ryan Cherky.
Christ, that'd be a good signing. He's a baller.
Yeah, I think that's a loan though, potentially.
Loan to buy, mate. I don't think you'll see much permanent business going through now, if I'm honest.
Ethan Horvath to Cardiff. Is he a goalkeeper?
Yeah, he won the league, not the league, the playoffs with Luton last year. He was Luton's first choice.
Yeah. Oh, that lad Bergvall chose Tottenham over Barcelona. Jesus Christ, what world are we in?
Berg, what? I can't say I've heard of him.
I know him through Football Manager, but he is apparently a fucking baller.
Why has nobody signed Rooney Bargy yet?
Somebody is looking at him. I swear somebody's been looking at him in this window. Bible News.
I've heard the name Bergval.
United, Chelsea, and Aston Villa were all interested in him. They've all been scouting him. But I think he wants to stay at Copenhagen to the end of the season.
Fair enough, isn't it?
It makes it. The January window is a very difficult one to move in, I think, if you're a young player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mason Holgate to Sheffield United on a loan. Anything else interesting? Basically, just waiting for Twitter to reload now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emmanuel Bro has just signed the contract as new Fulham player, done and sealed. There we go. Thank you, Hayden.
Is that Fabrizio confirmed?
Yeah, that was Fabrizio there.
Yeah. I'm still in shock after the announcement on the live. I have to go and watch it back after the stream. But wow,
That was mental.
it's so good.
I've just seen the amount of engagements that we got from that is unreal.
We had nearly 200 people here watching. Like, what? Crazy.
We could get really good numbers watching this back as well.
I'm gonna watch it, but we got 27k people have viewed this so far. 27,000
people.
Absolutely.
Wait, 27,000?
27,000 engagements on Twitter.
Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable.
Sam, what's Sam?
Just about what?
If that isn't the nudge now for Rebellion to sponsor us, I don't know what it is.
If Pete comes back on to announce a signing, we're going to have to ask him because he had a Rebellion in hand and
he did.
He can sort us out, can't he?
We got to make it happen.
I'm screen recording that, putting it everywhere. Oh my god, just what a night that was.
I know. Mansfield are not signing anybody else. Thank you.
Cheers for telling us that.
Sean Lightbound says to me, I don't think we would have heard a lot more now if Joe was going. Farino replacement for me. That makes sense, to be fair, for Nigel.
I can't see Joe going. Obviously, he turned down a bid earlier in the day, and yeah, it's just it would be very uncharacteristic of us to let him go, who is obviously part of our future plans, and replace him with a loan, wouldn't it? It would just be totally uncharacteristic.
Wolves have scored 2 against Man United, so it's 2-3.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who's got the second for Wolves? I know Neto
Max Kilman.
Oh, ex-Maidenhead.
Yeah. Sam is also saying Farino replacement. Yeah, makes sense.
It does make sense, doesn't it?
Well, you mentioned about Max Kilman. He was going to go to Bayern Munich in the summer, weren't he? And then Maidenhead were going to get a huge chunk of that fee. It's going to help them then. It was going to help them with the situation with their stadium, but I don't think obviously he didn't go. So
yeah,
it's nice to see a local lad do well.
Fleetwood have got Gavin Kilkenny from Bournemouth.
Oh yeah,
that's a fantastic signing. Jack Shepherd to Cheltenham from Barnsley.
Don't know much about him.
Wrexham have let some lad go on a transfer. Who cares?
Whilst we're talking about, we've got an hour left, just under an hour of the deadline. We'll probably stay on a bit after 11, just because stuff can happen. It's not necessarily
Lewis Wing.
Look at Lewis Wing.
We'll stay on a little bit later, but
what's the chances we're the club that failed to get a transfer because we did submit it late? How would you feel about that if that happened to us?
I don't think Wycombe will ever allow that to happen.
No.
I really don't. I think I can't, from the way that things are run at Wycombe, and I hope the Cougs are listening to this, I genuinely don't think that will be allowed to happen. No. The Wrexham thing that we knew about back in the summer, as Harry, our Welsh correspondent, would say, the time difference between the transfer window closing in England was different to Wales, and obviously there was a bit of miscommunication. Wycombe will not let that happen. They will be on everything, absolutely everything. So I can't imagine that happening.
I mean, the Wrexham situation did sort of have us a little bit worried, didn't it? Because obviously we had all the rumours with Hanlon and Uche going on. That was probably my least favourite deadline day because I wanted Uche back so much, and we all expect it to happen.
That was so funny. We're all sitting there waiting for Uche to be announced, and it just didn't happen.
It was quite
funny. Fair, we were led to believe because his personal trainer did put something on Snapchat or Instagram or something indicating that he was on his way back to Wycombe, and that was a big clue. And obviously
Sky reported it, didn't they? Sky said he was at the ground having a medical.
Yeah.
Well,
it's Cran as well.
It was very close, and then the ironic thing is he didn't actually sign for anyone until October. So he was unemployed for a month and managed to get a move to Port Vale. So if Wickham did get him, then I can't. He's welcome back with open arms. Because one thing I certainly wished happened when he was here the first time was just when every time he got the ball, with fans at Adams Park, everyone just screaming "Ooch" in unison and just make that sound around the stadium. Because obviously he was playing behind closed doors, and it was a real waste. I thought that was a real good opportunity. So, and he's a player that can do what Wickham needed. I mean, the goals he scored at the back end of that season were just unreal. You know, that strike against Bournemouth from about 35 yards, top corner. And he ran over to Gareth Ainsworth and hugged him as part of his celebration. Like he singled him out and just gave him a massive hug. And that was the connection that he had. So hopefully he does come back. But whether or not happens today, I don't know.
I highly doubt it, but we can dream, can't we? Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. So on the topic of likable players who played for Wickham, you know, Uchi obviously a fan favourite. Who's one who, for you guys personally, in your time watching, who's one for you that sort of like wasn't particularly, not in a horrible way, but like a standout, wasn't like one of our best players, but really like was a favourite to you and like you just loved them, were gutted when they left?
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
I can't think of anyone that I didn't think was good enough in that sense, but one player who I absolutely loved watching him was Alex Samuel. He just worked so hard. He just couldn't score enough goals, but I just loved his work ethic, and he's just such a lovely bloke.
Yeah,
Alex Samuel, really nice guy, and now he's doing bits now for Inverness. For Inverness, he scored a hat-trick the other day, so yeah, probably Alex Samuel for me. Love the guy.
You might see that there is an extra space on the board. Unfortunately, it's not Pete Couhig. It's George.
Well, there he is.
Evening, George. How are you?
Look at this.
Thank you. I've got my very special yellow tie out with little blue colour.
Lovely.
I whipped it out just for this occasion. It's very nice to finally join you.
How are you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm not bad, thank you. Yeah. I got a bit emotional watching it earlier, actually. Sort of the idea that we could sit around having a beer as turned into something like this is quite extraordinary, actually. So there's a few tears in my eyes, but I managed to keep my composure.
Well, it's no surprise, George, that out of everyone on Wickham Twitter, you're the one with the most followers. So
it's just crazy that, you know, the six of us can sit here talking absolute rubbish. And, you know, it's led to Wickham announcing the latest signing on our podcast. It's pretty unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. We're just talking about how far we've come, really, like just sitting around having a beer, talking about Wickham, and now we're announcing the signings a few months later. So it's unbelievable, yeah. And I know they told us they had a surprise for us before, and we were trying to keep our composure, weren't we? We were getting very excited.
I mean, I wasn't even doing it, and I was getting nervous for you.
I just sat here like, what the fuck is about to happen? I could either mess this up really badly, or it could go swimmingly.
Now you smashed it, Jaden. Right. You smashed it.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself. I think I've done a fairly decent job on the first time hosting.
No, you've done well, Jay. You've done really well, mate.
Smashed it, mate.
Thank you.
Now you can't mess it up though when the next signing gets announced in the next hour or so.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get Pete in here. I wonder how drunk Pete is now. What do we think? He's probably on his like 5th rebellion of the night or something.
And the rest.
Yeah, if I know Pete, a couple of Jaeger bombs deep in as well at this point.
Couple Jaegers deep.
Oh no, we've got the main man at the helm.
Yeah.
I'm not hosting tonight. I'm here as a guest. It's all on you, Jay.
Oh,
He's my guest.
I'm having a night.
Jay, you got to get
I'm still the host for another. Hi.
Hello.
She wanted to come on and get emotional too.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Did you tell me we was watching it as peak of... Oh, fuck, broken the iron board.
Right.
Always good to see you, Hannah.
Oh, thanks, you too.
You've made it a car crash. They've had a really good 2 hours recording. We've turned up. It's gone to top.
You tell me he was almost. He honestly, he was sitting there almost crying. He was like, I looked at him, he was like, I think I'm gonna cry, and I was like, no, don't cry. And I could see it. You could see it in your eyes. Bless him. Sorry, I'll just come on and just completely take
You
it
have,
over.
absolutely.
Sorry, Jaden.
Let her host next week.
Absolutely not.
Right? This is what I'm saying.
If this is a long record, we'll be here all night next
I
week.
reckon I'd be good at this.
I don't think so.
I think. Do you like his tie?
It is a good
That is rubbish.
It's a really good. That's a really good.
No, it's not.
It's a really good.
Okay, I'm bored already. Cheers.
Right, fantastic.
Can I just come in when I'm going to bed? Say night.
No,
No. Why not?
no.
You know what? I actually forgot you was. It's actually weird. You not
It is quite weird. I
Like-
feel really out of place.
like it's already live, and this is like live, and obviously
Yeah.
before I'm always coming in before it's live, and I'm gonna go now.
Bye, Hannah.
See you later.
But I'm on now.
Oh, for God's sake! Yeah, bye. I'll be back in a minute. What did you want?
Anything, whatever.
Oh, for God's sake.
Something cold.
George wants a bev. Dara's back.
Yeah, no, I was just, Annie finished shift, so I went and go and say hello to her.
Oh, nice.
Wait,
George, obviously you've seen, I don't know if you've been on Twitter much tonight other than the sign announcement, but looks like we're going to sign Nigel Longwick from Wolves. What do you think about that?
I mean, I was listening to it on the way home from Hannah's parents. I don't want to claim to be an expert on Nigel Longwick, but obviously a major part of the Plymouth team last season. So he's obviously got a little bit about him. At the same time, I'm not an expert on Saxon early either. I heard you all saying that we're just trying to rebuild Plymouth's team from last year. And I mean, if it won in the league, then we can't go too wrong, can we? I mean, I seem to think he's a right-sided defender rather than a centre-back. So I'm not too sure about the claims that he's a Joe Lowe replacement or Farino's got an injury. I think he's more versatile in that sense than just an out-and-out centre-half. But it'll be interesting to see where he fits in for sure.
Yeah, I think it definitely does give Bloomfield another strong option, you know. Obviously, Keogh going out, a young defender coming in. It's good to see. I think we got the right idea in the transfer win. What's that, Deej?
3-3 in the Man United match.
Oh, really? Equalised now? Bloody hell.
Pedro Neto, 90+5.
In Wickham time.
Sorry.
Just want to quickly say about Longwick as well. You play, obviously, I know we're taking the mix saying, we're signing all these ex-Plymouth players, but as George said, if they won they won League One last season, so surely they're doing something right. And with that being said, he kept 11 clean sheets last season in that Plymouth team, and 2 of them were against Wickham. So they would have obviously seen he had something there, and he's had a bit of a disastrous spell at Grasshoppers. So he's welcome at Adams Park any time. I think it'd be a great addition.
Yeah, definitely. And me and DJ, we were just talking about obviously his Eredivisie experience. Played in a good division with some real good teams. You know, the likes of Ajax, PSV, AZ. Obviously a higher quality league than League One, but that's really going to help him out, isn't it? In terms of League One.
It is.
Yeah.
I think we're somewhat fortunate if he hadn't. If he's a bit like Freddie Potts almost. If it wasn't for the injuries, we wouldn't be getting a player like him or keeping a player like him. If he wasn't injury prone or had a couple of injuries, I think he'd be going to the Championship, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Or another high up European league. But it seems. Yeah, it's. I get why. It seems like Wolves and West Ham has Kobe Mainoo scored for Man United. What the
or for
fuck?
United. Wow, what a game!
What was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. Sorry.
We were on about the Eredivisie or something.
I think this drink's starting to get to me. I can't lie.
The drinks that it's getting to you. Well, let's change the subject then on that bombshell. So we were, before George joined, we were having a little bit of a conversation about underrated players we've seen at Wickham over the years. And I was just going to come around all of you and say, who's in your opinion, who has had the best like debut season after they've been signed? So they've come in, done really well, and then either got to move elsewhere or maybe not kicked on as well, or still at Wickham. Who do you think has had the most impressive debut season? George, I'll come to you first for that one.
I was just having to think. The first name that came into my head was Bayo, but I don't think actually he had too much success in his first season. I mean, he sort of revolutionised the way we played, but I think the second year he was with us, we got promoted, didn't we?
I think he won Player of the Season in his first season, but from a team aspect, it was a very bang average season. But that was the year that we did play Spurs at White Hart Lane, and I think, from my recollection, didn't we have a long unbeaten run that season?
I think the Tottenham game sort of ended it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just sort of tailed off in the back end of that season, I think it was. But no, that's a good shout with Bayo, and Nate, I think he got like 17, 18 goals or something.
Aside from Bayo, I'd probably say Kashket as well. You know, he came in with minimal expectations.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
You know,
that was a fantastic season from him, wasn't it?
How many goals did he get?
Sort of like the rubbish he put late in Orient and absolutely blew us all away.
I can find out for you now.
Got that hash against Chesterfield, didn't he? In the
he's at Sutton
FA
now.
Cup.
Scotty's now. He's only 28. Jesus. He's at Sutton now. Played 7 games, 0 goals, 0 assists. Jesus Christ.
I did speak to Scott after we lost to Sutton in the League Cup back in August, and he actually said, you know, he's very much wanting to do well at Sutton, wants to do very well with them, but he did admit that about a week or so after he left Wickham, he regretted it massively. He said he wished he can come back. He just said he wasn't in the right headspace. Things were going on. He just needed to get away, just start afresh. And within a few weeks, he said he wished he was back. And but you know, he's been at Gillingham, he's been at Crewe, now it's at Sutton. He's just sort of slowly but surely rebuilding. But yeah, he said he loved this time at Wickham. I think he said, I'll try and find the article actually and share it on socials again. But I'm pretty sure he said it was one of the best times of his career. And funny enough, many people have actually said that about Wickham. And I think that shows you the club's ethos, isn't it? It's just a case of making sure that they sign the right player, not just from a ability perspective, but also from a perspective of what they can bring to the club off the pitch. Because Gareth Ainsworth once said in an interview, he said, "I don't sign dickheads," and I think that's been the mantra, which is a great thing to have, because you can sign the best player in the world, but if they are a dick, it's just going to cause so many problems. Long term. So, yeah, Scott Kashka, Carl, what a player! What a player! I think Sorry, DJ.
Was this Scott's 16-17 season? 21 games, 10 goals.
I think that might have been the one, because obviously he had a bit of time out, didn't he, with his off the field issues.
He did, yeah.
But what a player! First ever player to score for us in the Championship, that's for sure. And it was
Jesus, I forgot about that.
Yeah, against Millwall in one of the oddest goals you'll ever see.
To be fair, 29 played, 4 goals is not horrible, is it?
Not really. And to be fair, 3 of those goals came, I think, in about an 8-game spell. He scored against Millwall, Norwich, and Birmingham, I'm pretty sure it was. And all those games came in a pretty very, very close vicinity. So, yeah, what a player. Loved him. Just ran.
Reading have sold another player. Caelan Vickers has joined Brighton.
Crikey.
So they're having a proper fucking fire sale now.
But wouldn't you go back to Reading though? Is that part of the deal?
I don't think so. No loan back for him. No, just straight to Brighton.
Wow.
I think also Plymouth are after Femi Aziz as well. So
yeah, they've been after Femi Aziz the entire day. So it's getting 30, what's that? 42 minutes left to get a permanent. You're looking at that going. Unless they've already got it mostly finished and they're wrapping it up. It's very late now to start negotiating, surely.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. The rumour's been going all day.
If you want to talk about seasons like breakout seasons, debut seasons for Wickham in recent years, I'm absolutely shocked that no one mentioned Alfie Mawson.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah,
Of
no,
course.
you are right.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the greatest ever debut seasons I've ever seen from a player in a Wickham shirt. Because I remember when we signed him, bear in mind this was at a time when, financially we were fucked, and we were just picking up all sorts all over the places. And we signed this lad, this ginger kid from, was it Brentford? I think it was.
Brentford, but yeah.
Yeah, and thinking, well, I don't know who this is, and he made his debut. It was against Newport, wasn't it? I think it was
You
away.
remember? You do remember better than me.
Yeah, I'm thinking, who the fuck is this kid? And then, like accumulated, then going that season. I remember being at Luton away when he went on that dancing run, a little 1-2 and the volley into the corner. Being that away here, just going absolutely mental, and that was it for me. After that, he was legendary status.
And that's what kicked it off, because Wickham were going to try and sign him on a permanent at the end of that season after the playoff final. But he had done so well that loads of clubs were like, okay, we want this guy. And I think Wickham had a deal in principle for him to get him permanently, but then other clubs were offering money that Wickham couldn't even get near to. And obviously Brentford are going to take the money, aren't they? And I think he went from League Two, League One, Premier League in the space of 3 seasons.
Yeah, it was madness.
And of course, I think people forget as well, a year later when he was at Barnsley, he was with Josh Scowen, and they got promoted into the Championship, and they also won the Football League trophy together. So, it's just funny how things work out. Biggest regret, he said, the biggest regret of his career was he never played for England, and he was on the bench twice.
Didn't he have that really bad cruciate ligament injury with Swansea when he was getting called up?
It was Fulham, I think.
Fulham.
It was. Yeah. So Swansea had just gone down. Fulham have just gone up. They've signed him. I think he played the first 3 or 4 games, and then after that he picked up a knee injury. And he was there for a little while, but he just couldn't get back into it. I think he went on loan to Bristol City and got sent off, I think, on his debut or something. And yeah, literally went into the wilderness, and Wickham saved him, really. And I know he was only here for a few months, but in that time, what a player. I mean, the assist for Farino's goal against Oxford, I still get that lives in my head rent free, honestly.
That does live in my head rent free as well. I can actually picture it in my head.
The best thing about that for me was being in the away end that day. We had the perfect angle with that ball. So we just seeing him picking it up in the away end and just spraying it straight in. I remember thinking at the time when he hit it, I was like, fuck me, is it that a bit hard,
But it was just inch perfect. It wasn't just a random hoof, it was inch perfect to the head.
It was also really, I've got to say, it was great of Farino to be brave enough to get onto it as well.
Yeah.
The technique of that, to get that header in the bottom corner was unbelievable.
I mean, that...
Yeah.
Unreal. And I think, can you remember then I think it was a week later, we played Peterborough at home.
Yes.
Their keeper went up. I think last week of the game.
The pace that he had to go past.
Yeah. When did that come from? And he shrugged someone off. Like,
and wasn't he like, he wasn't training, wasn't he? I remember reading afterwards, he wasn't training with us, and he just had the pace to just go, yeah.
And Gareth Ainsworth even said, he said, I've never seen Alfie run so fast. Never seen it, but I think even Alfie would have looked back and thought I probably shouldn't have done that, because within like 3-4 months he wasn't here anymore.
No,
because his knees. I don't know. I think it was his knee or his hip, one of the two. But they were just giving way. And
I think it was his knee. I remember reading the article. He did an article with, I think, the Athletic or the BBC, and he basically said he went to the doctors. The interesting thing was he was told he could play so many games in this season and keep on being able to play.
So that wasn't at you, DJ. I was just disgusted to see a certain shirt go behind George's.
To be fair, I have.
Oh dear!
What the?
What's happened there, boys?
What are you doing?
Put it over the Wickham.
Are you celebrating the fact they've just beaten Wolves? Is that what you're doing, George?
It was my mum's just wandered in and put it on there over Wickham shirt, by the way. I mean, it's bad enough having Leeds there. I've got Leeds next to United. It is a crime.
To be fair, I have the Leeds jersey because it was like £8 in the sales, and I just picked it up. But
you wouldn't catch me dead in another English team's kit. Never.
What you call it? I remember Mawson did an interview saying he was allowed to play 25 games a season in order to keep his knee intact, and he had played that by December with us.
Yeah.
And he went to the doctors, and they basically said, "You stop now, or you don't walk normally again for the rest of your life." And yeah, I did want to say two things. First of all, I believe, according to Twitter, Jude Bellingham has called Greenwood a rapist during their game.
What? Oh no!
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know. Well, just gotta wait and
That's
see.
come out of nowhere.
And second of all, has there ever been a player at Wickham that's had a fantastic game and you thought this was it, and then it did shite? Like TJ, for example, that Plymouth game, we've talked about it recently, was fantastic, that Plymouth game, and he just never kicked on from there. Is there any other players you can think about like that? Who've had a fantastic game and just never were able to recreate it?
Daryl Horgan.
Oh, good one.
Good
Daryl
shout.
Horgan. Back end of that, I think he scored on his debut against Brentford in the League Cup, and he was really good that day. Started the first game of the season against Rotherham in the Championship. Should have scored after maybe a minute. That goes in. Wickham's season's looking so different in and out of the team. And I think as well, at the back end of that playoff season where we lost to Sunderland, I think he played nearly every game for about 10, 15 games. Start of the next season, he just wasn't there really, was he? So yeah, I'll probably say Daryl Horgan. A lot of potential, but sadly just couldn't get to it. But lovely guy though, really, really nice guy. And I think he's at Dundalk now, I believe. I could be wrong in that. I know he played.
Yes, he is. He's back in the League of Ireland, which
It was
is
a shame
League
it
of
all
Ireland
worked out.
strengthening.
Was that sorry,
It was
Carl?
a shame how that all worked. It was a shame how that all worked out.
Mm.
It really was. By the way, is that better on the microphone?
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
You were just very like muffled, like you were talking through a pillow almost, if you know what I
It
mean.
sounded underwater.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit too much rum. Okay, Dara.
Okay, what about you? What about you guys? Oh, God, sorry, go on. You go, Jaden.
It's a bit of an outlandish shout just because of like when I say he didn't kick on, he really didn't kick on. Alex Jakubiak, when he scored against Exeter, I thought bloody 13-year-old me thought he was the next coming of fucking Messi, and then it didn't go too well, did it? After that, he wasn't particularly good for us. Probably cost us a playoff place single-handedly that season. So that one definitely wasn't a good signing.
I swear he's somewhere ridiculous now.
He is at, I can tell you, he's at Dunfermline.
No, there was an ex-Wickham player that I saw recently, can't remember the name, who was in Saudi Arabia. And it was a striker from around the same period, and I saw he was in Saudi Arabia's second tier.
Oh, I could be wrong. He was at Burton and he scored a hat-trick. It's not Aaron something.
Maddie Holloway.
I don't think it's
Maddie
Maddie Holloway.
Holloway.
I think Maddie Holloway's at like a Vanarama club. Let me check.
I sat behind him at Exeter versus Barrow once.
Yeah, Maddie Holloway is at Chippingham Town. No, it's not him. Let me have a look.
I was going to say Chippingham is some way from Ridian.
Yeah, I don't think. Is it Gozi Ugwu?
That's a good shout. That's a good shout.
That was me. That was Liam.
Saudi second division side El Entisar. Yeah, Gozi Ugwu. He went from Wickham, Woking, Chesterfield, Bournemouth, Ebbsfleet, Raith Rovers, Greenrock Morton in Scotland to Jeddah, where he scored 7 goals and 31. And now he's at Al Entisar. That's a bizarre
credit where credit's due. That's impressive. Like
that's a generational money grabbing. Like
he must be balling.
It's also fair to say that he was the goal scorer when Barry Richardson played his last ever game of professional football. That game against Plymouth, where the infamous Plymouth tweet that went out at full time, and then the Derek Adams, Gareth Ainsworth non-handshake. So
I've just had a really good shout from Ben Dunlop, actually. Ollie Pendlebury. That's a really good
Oh
shout.
yes, that's actually a really good
That's
shout,
a
isn't it?
very
Yeah.
good shout.
I
What
thought Ollie
happened
looked
with
properly good.
Ollie Pendlebury? He scored twice against Cheltenham. They were like, "Nah, you're fucking useless, mate."
Apparently, he was off the ball. Apparently, wasn't fantastic.
I think after
Yeah.
that, he played. I think after that, he was in and out of the team. Played against Plymouth, which was that day where I think it was Mehmeti scored 2, that midweek game. So I think he just didn't really kick on. I think he's playing in Scotland now.
No, he was at Ayr United and he left in August. He asked to be released from his contract for personal reasons, and he's now at Farnborough in the National League South.
Oh, right, so not too far away from here then. But yeah, got 2 banging goals against Cheltenham that day. First, I think that was the day when Sam Vogt scored his first goal as well. So
It was indeed.
yeah, still
I
got
have fond memories of that. Really fond memories. Like Cheltenham away last year was pretty bad, but no, those 2 Pendlebury goals will live long in the memory. One of my favourite
Yo,
away days.
Jaden, check the group chat, please.
Yes, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
It is like Jaden's stream, I think.
Oh
I think
yeah,
it is.
yeah. No, definitely.
So I just want to. I don't want to say yes and it's
No,
not. it's not my stream.
absolutely. We can have Dan on. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Which game is he going to predict 5-3 this weekend?
What was it last season? What was it? Bears
Oh,
or?
would you rather fight 100 duck-sized bears or 1 bear-sized duck or something like that?
It was. I think it was 10. But yeah, that
10, yeah.
every time. I just want to see that in the comments. Like,
Can I just say, I know Chris isn't here for this, but a few weeks ago, I did actually ask Matt Bloomfield what his favorite condiment was, and I think he looked at me like I had just escaped like a mental asylum. What the hell? Why are you asking me this in a football press conference? And I had to explain.
I misheard that for a
you know,
second.
fucking. Oh God! Somebody brought that. Whenever I went to Wigan, somebody brought that up with me.
What?
Because I was chatting with, I think it was the lad from BBC 3 Live.
Sam Avery.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sam, yeah.
And I was talking to Sam. I was like, "Yeah, I'm a bit nervous about asking questions." He goes, "Look, James asked him about fucking condiments the other week. Don't worry, you'll be fine."
Well, blame Chris for that, honestly.
And yeah,
Honestly, I was so tired for a second. I was just looking at the read and I thought that James had said, "What's your favourite condom?" I was like,
Oh.
yeah, I've seen Adam Eders join
Oh, dear.
Celtic. That's, I mean, as an Irishman, that is like the dream move. He needs to kick on. It's an interesting move. I don't know how long Brendan Rodgers will be staying there. I mean, Celtic seems like a decent option. And have you seen Wickham's Insta story? Yeah, they posted an Insta story just about a minute ago. It was just a picture outside. I think it was either outside Adams Park or outside the training centre.
right.
It was teasing.
Yeah. Well, we according to, we still got 1 more left.
And
Right,
Carl,
let's
to answer the
without
question.
further ado, let's welcome Dan. Evening,
evening,
Dan.
Dan.
How are you?
There he
Hey,
is.
there he is.
How are we?
All right,
Very
it's
good,
the heroes crossover.
Just
The one that everyone wanted.
No. How are we? I'm rocking a new hairdo, but not as good as the skin fade from Kyle. Unfortunately.
The deadline day haircuts are in
Deadline
full
day
swing.
fade.
I was thinking of going tonight, but I was like, oh, I can't be fucked when I get home from work. I was like, yeah, just got to mentally prepare myself for 4 hours of this tonight.
I don't know what tournament it was. I think it might have been 98, World Cup 98. Did the Romania team all like dye their hair blonde or something?
Yeah, it was France '98. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
did.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the quarter final match against England, wasn't it?
It was, yes. It was. So
Was
was
it the
thinking-
last 16? Last 16, isn't it? Last 16 game. Yeah, they did. Yes, when they had Dan Petrescu playing for them, didn't they?
the ex-Chelsea
Oh,
man.
that's a
Yeah.
cracking name, that. I love Dan Petrescu. He was good.
Just going to say for
That
the
was,
next
that was a
deadline-
good era for Chelsea.
Was it Petrescu scored? It was the quickest ever FA Cup final goal.
That
It
was
was Di Matteo, wasn't it? 14 seconds.
I have Di Matteo,
Like that.
yeah.
It's
Yeah, it
changed
was Di
now, though.
Matteo.
It's changed down Gundogan, isn't it? Last year,
Yeah, that's true.
after like what
That
was
was
it, like
it.
The other
10
way.
seconds or something?
Sahar was called before that, wasn't it?
Yeah, against Chelsea for Everton. Yeah.
That was it.
And to answer your question, Kyle, what you misheard, the answer to your question is one that works is my favourite. Waste the money up.
I thought you were going to go for a flavour, or Union
No,
Jack
no,
Rick
no.
Pickler or something.
Oh, no, mate. One that works. Otherwise, what's the bloody point, mate? So, yeah.
I mean, we've been very creative in the potential merchandise opportunities in the group chat, haven't we? So,
Oh no,
let's not go there.
I don't think that idea will.
I don't think that'll be making the club shop anytime soon. Sadly, well,
No,
not sadly.
no. It's not the. I can't imagine any of the players modelling that. So no.
Oh my God, James! Fucking hell.
I don't know if I've missed it, but I'm looking forward to some BDSM gear in the club shop, considering our run in the cup. So,
I'll be happy
just
with
us
that.
rocking zipped up gimp masks in the terrace over the next few weeks. It'd be phenomenal.
No, we can't do that, surely.
We absolutely can. I mean, to be honest with you, some of our
course we
fans
can.
probably need one of those masks, just zipped up, but keeping the zip on. Be quite nice. It'll help us
You
out
just-
nicely. I know you can't say anything there, James, because you've got to keep a stoic
Professional
head.
thing.
We could just see us
Professional
bringing in
head.
topless Tom with one of those chains on, with him in a gimp mask. We can be walking him along the terrace.
Sunderland have signed Callum Styles from Barnsley.
Is that Sunderland?
Yeah, Reading are signing somebody apparently.
TJ DeBar on loan.
Are they allowed to sign anyone?
I don't know. It's probably a loan or a free transfer. Leighton Orient signed somebody, and they've got an embargo of some sort, haven't they?
Have
They're
they?
signing
I thought they did.
James. I don't know if you know much about him. He's an Arsenal youngster, Keon Edwards.
Oh yes, he's actually quite good.
highly rated, highly rated. Very young, but he's not going to get into the first team anytime soon. So, yeah, it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, not very old as well. Only 20, I think. Am I right?
Pretty much. He's like late teens, early 20s. But you look at the pecking order at Arsenal at the moment, he's just not going to get anywhere near the first team, like on a proper regular basis. So any move away from Arsenal, I think, could be beneficial to his development, that's for sure.
I can't go to bed while this podcast mashup. We've had it all tonight, honestly. We've had Pete Juhig, and now we got the Heroes and the Pint Size preview together as one. 66 live viewers as well. Crikey, the anticipation is building for
Well,
this.
this is it now. This is the Witcher now, isn't it? We're on
Yeah,
the,
signed
we're on the
Uche then.
If we
Yeah.
sign Uche, could you imagine the limbs in this podcast right now?
I
Wait.
think I'd fall off my chair, honestly.
Wait. He did a Scottish accent, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're signing Nigel Longwick, why is he doing a Scottish accent?
Because wasn't
Maybe-
Uche at fucking Hearts of Midlothian in Scotland before he signed for us?
Aye.
Yes.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
try to
Yeah,
be
but
second
that's
guess,
a reach.
That is
Yeah,
a reach.
well,
That
ju-
is a reach.
or I just wouldn't second guess Coig after he's had 6 beers. I mean,
To be fair,
he's just randomly coming out with accents. I think.
maybe you just put on a really, really shit Dutch accent.
I mean, it could be that because essentially to America, Europe is Scotland, Netherlands, England, France. So Europe is just a universal accent. So that's probably what it will be.
There's Eda confirmed. Big up. I've been sat here since the start. That's
Fair
class.
play. Thank you.
That
Thanks,
is
for,
mate. Appreciate that.
Thanks, mate. You poor fucker.
Hopefully in a suit as well. I mean, I'm impressed that you've all
Mate,
remained
I'm
in
fucking
suits throughout.
boiling in there. It's so
do,
hot.
do you know something? I just went into the bedroom because obviously my girlfriend was in bed and walked in and she didn't have a clue that I was wearing a suit. Walked in and she went, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's
This is in line
deadline day,
with
isn't
those-
it? I was like,
It
it's
is that,
deadline
but
day, babe.
it's absolutely in line with the Champions League final on Football Manager kind of thing. This,
To be-
this
to
is
be
the
fair-
level
That was
you
exactly
guys
my
have reached
thinking.
now.
I got Wickham to the Champions League final in 2027 last FM, and I did actually wear a suit for it. I can't lie. Like, I was fully booted for it.
You sad cunt.
What? It was
Killing really
great.
wasn't wrong when he called us nerds, was he?
It was great. Who did I have? I had Brandon Williams, I had Billy Gilmore, I had Daniel Rugani, I had Hakim Ziyech, I had Adama Traore.
Hakim Ziyech at Wickham, mate. Jeez. Oh,
Deej, I guess
I
this is a
know-
question more for you, right? But obviously, it's an avid Football Manager player yourself. Have you ever come a player who's not very good in real life, but you sign them on your Football Manager career and they're just insane? Who have you had?
Ironically, Alex Samuels.
I was going to say the same, and Brandon as well. Brandon Hanlon.
Yeah,
I was going to say
Brandon
Brandon Hanlon is, he's so overpowered, isn't he?
I have a Football Manager save for Wickham at the moment. I got promoted to the Championship. Him playing off the left got me 23 goals. Alex Samuel, I signed at Tranmere in FM 21. He scored 20 goals in the Championship, then got sold to Los Angeles for 2.5 million.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I remember
Because
selling my Samuel to Derby for 400k after the first season.
Because
so I was gonna get fucking
Football
bankrupt.
Manager works on reputation. So if you score in the Championship, even if you're shite, your reputation goes up. So then LAFC just see this guy who's got big reputation. They don't see the stats. They go, oh shit, and they offer me 2.5 million for him. There's another one. There was Obita was always really good for me. Who's the spunky fella with the skin fade?
The spunky fellow.
That should be your new Twitter banner.
That's
just
your bio,
just
Kyle,
that.
surely.
Yeah.
It might have to be now.
The spunky fella with a skin fade.
To be fair,
honestly, it might have to be.
I'm in a Discord server with some mates who follow football, and one guy just put a picture of me in Discord, and Jesus Christ, it's Jerry fucking Adams.
My lovely colleague said you look like Harry Potter. I'm not too sure about that.
Wait, me?
Yeah, you. The
amount of times I've been in a night out and drunk people went, "Are you Harry Potter?" It's
Yeah, I mean, if Harry Potter was doing meth, maybe.
Jaden put, yeah, thank you.
Spunky skin fade.
Spunky skin. Thanks, T.
You need to get that on the
Appreciate
back.
it.
You need to get that on the back of your
Get
shirt.
it on the back of a shirt.
So we're getting that on the back of a shirt. We're getting my video from Leighton Orient in the back of a shirt.
Mate, you're going to get
Get the
arrested.
whole
if
fucking
you-
transcript on the back of a shirt.
Well, just the important part.
So go on then, turn it on. I'd love to see fucking flames.
I blame Kyle for that one. His concoction was what pushed me over the edge that night.
When do we release that video to the public?
Mate, if
We're
you
not
release-
releasing that video to the
if
public.
that video gets released, the terrorist police are going to be on DJ's door.
DJ's gonna get arrested.
We cannot release that.
We will never release that video.
No,
of
you can't
DJ
release that.
saying some questionable things at Leighton Orient away. But
I blame Kyle.
yeah, Kyle's concoction of petrol and beer wasn't was it?
Bristol and
Guaranteed good
Cheltenham
times.
both announcing, Swansea announcing somebody.
Wickham. I'm just waiting to see WWFC official in the waiting room.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Pete promised us another one, but
Come on,
I
Pete.
don't know.
We
I
love
mean,
you, Pete.
things can go wrong at the end of the day.
They
Or
just
when-
Don't
posted
forget
something
though,
on their
isn't there a
story.
period of a? Isn't there a period between after 11? They have to submit everything about 22:59, but they can be up to like an hour or two after.
There's
'cause you
some
get them
sort of
announcements at, like, 1
rules.
o'clock in
If
the
you
morning.
submit
Mm.
certain things before a time, you can get deep. I can't remember the exact details, but you can submit certain things before the deadline, and you have to submit the other things afterwards. You have to sign this sheet saying, "We Wickham Wanderers have agreed to sign XYZ from club We will submit the relevant information at a later date. Signed, Pete Coig.
Signed Pete Coig.
It is something just like that to put it in. There is some. I remember looking it up one day. It's like the EFL trophy rules. They're so difficult to read.
It's like it's just the basic necessary paperwork that the EFL and the FA need to have before the deadline, and then everything else. Once they get that, then it's a case of right, okay, then you could announce the player whatever time. They just need the documents in terms of the registration of the player. That's all it is. They just need to have the player registered at the new club. So if let's just say, what's the time now? It's now 10:44. So we have 16 minutes for Wycombe to get all their admin in order, and then before you know it, players going to be announced at 3 a.m. So yeah, can't wait.
I'll just be sat here out of my mind, just like, oh.
There's a lot. God. Ian Pervader joined Sheffield Wednesday.
Is he the winger from Leeds?
Spanish
yeah,
winger?
Yeah, that's him.
Femi Aziz not expected to leave now.
Oh wow.
That's good for Reading.
Somebody from Plymouth has said no more business expected tonight.
When I put that
out, they're not flogging us anymore then.
Aaron Drinan joined Swindon. I don't know what the fuck that is.
When I put that tweet out back in, when I put that tweet out back in August or September, that Wycombe weren't going to sign anyone about 10 minutes before the deadline finished. My goodness me, the notifications on that. One person told me I should have been charged with a hate crime. You've kept us up all night, and I said, it was not my fault. Flipping hell, I've just told you what I've been told. So yeah, yeah. So that was a fun thing to read.
You should be charged with a hate crime. I don't think that's the amount of anticipation that was in that space. Just I think things a little bit out of hand.
James, this is one for you. Reading, Arsenal under 21 captain Zane Mon-Lewis.
I wish I can say I know a lot about him, Deej, but unfortunately I don't. But I do know that the academy, I don't want to say it's saturated, but they have got so many young players, like so many. And a load of them have played in the EFL Trophy this season. Some of them have looked up to scratch. Some of them you can tell need a bit more development. And you look at the pecking order at Arsenal at the moment, especially in the PL2 side, they've just got so many wonderfully technical players. So most of them leaving could actually benefit their careers, because if they're going to stay at Arsenal, it's going to be very unlikely they're going to be in the first team, unless you're like a Saka or a Smith Rowe, where you're just above the rest. So it'll be a good move.
I hear Aaron's joined us for the last 10 minutes as well. We're going to have everyone in there.
Good for him.
The only person that two people, we're missing Harry and we're missing Chris. Well, Chris did come up.
I think Harry's the only person who's just not been unavailable whatsoever. Yeah, I forget. Yeah, there were 100 of us waiting for Wrexham to announce Hanlon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that ridiculous? Wasn't that something like 500k they offered? I swear.
Well, that deal was gonna. I don't know what happened, but that deal was gonna go through, because I don't know if you remember when we played Sutton, Hanlon wasn't in, he was out, and then we spoke to the gaffer afterwards, and he said, "Well, there's a reason why we've taken him out."
Yeah, I remember. I think if I remember correctly, it was contingent on us bringing in another striker in, and that didn't happen. Whether that's whether that's another striker, but then we didn't get another striker in, so Hanlon stayed. I do feel like we were quite harsh towards Hanlon in that period.
Who are we expecting?
So potentially that Londwick fella from Wolves.
Uche Paisley.
But also, Pete did say, I swear he did a Scottish accent.
He did do a Scottish accent.
It was certainly Scottish. It was certainly Scottish.
He might have tried a northern accent and going for Phil Jones, DJ. The hopes are still alive.
Yes. Obviously he's doing coaching now, isn't he? I swear he's doing coaching courses. I think he's doing coaching courses. Yeah. No, I think Phil Jones did a thing the other day where he's saying that I'm focused on coaching courses.
Well, nearly into the
Imagine
last 10
being
minutes
coached
now.
by Phil Jones.
I heard a deal was never on, and Wrexham approached about permission for Hanlon.
Yeah, he went back to
Yeah.
Man United to get his coaching courses.
Ah, we've got another guest. We're going to make it everyone from the Pint Size Preview tonight joining us. Harry, good
Hey!
evening.
Oh, there he is.
Nice.
Hello, hello.
Hey guys, how are we?
You talk about Wales and then you pop up. Isn't that nice?
How are we all?
Very
Looking
well.
good,
What about
mate.
you?
Not bad, mate. You all right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, bit of a late one for me, being on the radio, but yeah. So
That means we've had everybody from the Pint Size. That's class.
That's
Everyone's
good.
made it.
Is it me and Jaden who've been the entire time?
We're the OGs, mate. We've been here the entire time.
fill me in, guys. What's happening? I saw we signed some guy from Plymouth, but
We're expecting
Some
Nigel
guy.
Longwick on loan from Wolves now, centre half.
Okay.
Also played for Plymouth.
And
last
then
season,
yeah,
but Wolves squad.
Saxon from
Saxon
Plymouth.
early.
Saxon
Early
Early.
from
Yeah.
Plymouth.
It wasn't just any announcement. The owner, the what do you call him? Board member did. Pete Cooey joined us. and
Yeah,
announced
Pete,
it.
Pete
Yeah.
Cohen joined.
Love that.
Well, he's now director. What, sporting director now?
Director,
Sport
yeah.
director.
Director.
Did that happen recently? I don't remember that being a thing until quite recently.
It's not been announced, so it seems like it'll be a recent thing. Yes.
They just sort of said it in a picture with Butcher earlier, didn't they? And no one really
Yeah.
knew about it.
I think you tweeted about it, Dan, and I went and I checked the website and it said, yeah, sporting director. And I was like, what?
Just being eagle-eyed. That was all it was. Just noticed a bit of a change in title. It's interesting,
spot.
but we'll see. I don't know if you've mentioned it, but Mason Clark seems to be leaving Peterborough and going to Coventry.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
something about
cool.
Mason Clark, but I only saw one tweet about it and I couldn't figure out what was going on.
I saw something in the chat and it said Ricky J. Jones. I don't know. Two very different players.
That is two very different players.
Someone said Ricky
Oh.
J. Jones as well.
Just had a message come through. The Mayo man's going to join us in about 5 minutes.
Oh,
We're all
God.
going to be in here for the last.
We're finally going to be here for Uche.
Oh my god.
Harry, can I just say, mate, your background, you look like you're talking from the other side, like you've passed away.
no, I'm in a different area. That's right.
It does look like you're in like a mental institution, something like that. You just need like the padding and the grippy socks.
DJ, he is in a fucking mental institution on this show,
You have to
mate.
listen to us two for too long.
Anyone who's been here from the start will need serious help after listening to us waffle for 3.5 hours. Fucking hell. It's flown by though, isn't it?
Jaden's dad has made a dad joke. Longwick, that's just the other side of Princess Risborough.
Yeah.
Oh, Dad,
Fantastic.
mate. Honestly, no one finds it funny.
No, that's brilliant. I've retweeted it. That's brilliant.
Do you know what he's on about, mate?
No, I just think it's hilarious.
I'm retweeting it as well. So everyone retweet my dad's joke because he thinks he's funny.
He is funny. Your dad's
Can we
lovely.
just all reply back to your dad in unison? Just say cheers, Dad. Just like
Yeah, sure. Can we all just reply cheers, Dad?
Well, it's better than what Thomas said to him.
Get to bed, old man. Yeah, it's a little bit better than that, isn't it? You're gonna have to get sorted out in the pub on Saturday if you're watching this.
Oh, Damo's on the case, Dan, looking out. You're not wearing a
No.
suit. Standards.
I'll tell you what.
Oh.
It's 10 to 11. I'm in my pajamas. That's as much as I'm going. I'm not sitting in a suit at 11 o'clock.
Jonathan
get
Lecco has
ridiculed.
returned to MK Dons.
Has he?
He returned
Already?
to MK after picking up a season-ending injury just minutes into his debut.
Jeez.
Where was he? Where was he on loan?
Burton.
Burton Albion.
Oh right.
So we nicked Lubala, then the guy they've signed to replace him has got injured for the rest of the season.
Ouch.
They've brought in Kyle. What's his name?
Hudlin.
Hudlin.
Isn't he like the 6'9" lad?
Yeah, he's the huge striker. You don't like him, do you? No, he doesn't like him.
6'9", but can't header.
The guy we were rumoured to have on trial. 2 years ago, which just definitely was not him.
No, my flatmate, he's like near Solihull. He played for Solihull, I think. He just said he wasn't all that early. So,
No.
Like,
But
it reminds me of
Dan isn't even
Tammy
wearing
Abraham.
trousers.
Tammy Abraham's what, 6'4" and can't head the ball, can he?
No, he can't. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't
his
mind
brother-
Tammy Abraham up front, to be honest, at the moment, considering we can't score a bloody goal.
His brother played against Wickham, wasn't it? Timmy. Yeah, for
Their
Bristol Road.
parents were imaginative people, weren't they? Timmy and
Tammy
Tammy.
played against Wickham as well.
Did
Did
he?
Tammy play? Did Tammy play
For
against?
Bristol City. For Bristol City.
Did they play? Did Wickham play?
They
Bristol
played us in
City?
the cup. But I remember we had Cameron Dawson in goal.
I've got to look that up. Wait. Wickham versus Bristol City. Wait.
Yeah, it was that
2016,
first round of
2017
the cup.
season.
Yeah.
It would be 2016-17 he would have played us.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah, he scored, I think. So
Let's
Did
have a
he
look.
actually? Because we
Yeah,
were
he
talking about
scored.
lads. We were talking about
yeah,
lads.
Cameron
in the league.
Dawson signed for us and he played like 2 games and that was one of them.
Oh,
White-
wow. Yeah, you're right. The 9th of August, 2016, 1-0 victory for Bristol City at Adams Park. Tammy Abraham scored after 27 minutes.
See, that's knowledge, boys. That's knowledge.
Jesus,
Wow.
that's actually impressive. Dwight Gale has been released.
Realised. It's been realised.
Really? He's been subbing.
He's been released. I've seen that. Yes.
Isn't he like 42 now, though?
33, I think.
Sign him
No,
up.
Dwight
Probably
Gale's not
sounds right.
33.
He is 34. Okay, I was 1 year off. He's 34.
He's younger than me. I
just
swear
been
he's always
reliably
been like.
informed. Sorry, you go on.
No,
Yeah,
I swear
okay.
he's literally been in football forever, isn't he? Like since
He
the
has.
90s.
He started in 2007, apparently.
Stansted.
Peter O'Rourke, understand Coventry have agreed a deal for Peterborough winger Epswin Mason Clark with a player set to return on loan.
Boring.
So there's that one.
He scored against us early in the season. I'm pretty sure he did. Mason Clark at London Road. Wait, I think he scored, and he scored for us as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the goal that Dale Taylor never got. So, this will make you cry, Jaden. That was the day that Handon, I think, scored his last goal of the season.
Oh, poor Handel, mate. I still firmly believe he'd been one of our best players this season.
No, yeah,
before
no, he was
injured.
fantastic.
He was
when
really good.
So good, wasn't he?
I fully admit it. I was not convinced in Hanlon, but on the Bloomfield, he looked like he was a completely better player.
Totally, yeah.
Him
Really,
and
really.
Grimmer looked like I remember me and Annie watched Sunderland v Wickham. Do you remember the 3-3 at Adams Park?
Yeah.
And I remember watching Grimmer, and even Annie said, "Wait, that's Grimmer," and I was like, "Yeah," and she goes, "That he's nowhere near as good in this match." And he looked a complete shadow of what he was now. And I think Handon
Did you
did the
turn
similar
round?
thing.
Did you?
And he
Did
turned
you
around
sit
to her
down
and he said, "Annie, are you okay?"
Every time.
Did you force your girlfriend to watch an entire Wickham Wanderers versus
No, it
Sunderland
was
replay?
what was it? It was the weekend. I told. Do you remember the weekend the match got called off on Saturday?
And you thought, "Come on, babe, let's have a really romantic weekend."
I
Watch this
went to her. We could watch another Wickham match if you want. She goes, "Actually, yeah, I'd love to." And she goes, "I'm actually interested in seeing what it was like on the Gareth."
Did you put the? Is that when you put the Ainsworth mask on?
The Ainsworth mask is still in Wickham. I do not have that
Then
with
she
me.
could. Then she could see what it was like under Gareth.
Oh, shut the fuck up! I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
You and that Ainsworth mask, Deej, honestly.
I just kept it because it was cool. But the thing was, I changed that room around. It used to just be on the wall, but I changed the room so the bed was underneath it, and I just never moved it. And I should have moved it.
You just wanted to sleep with Ainsworth looking at you. Really. Aaron's back. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, back just in time, hopefully.
The blazer and tie have come off. I've noticed. He's had enough. Fair enough. I don't blame you.
Fucking day since 7 this morning, so yeah, no chance.
Fulham for Ryan Cherky is off. Cool.
Start calling you Fabrizio Di Giorno.
I'm just going through Twitter and seeing what. Honestly, it's been like in terms of Premier League signings, it's been such a shit window.
Completely off topic, we're talking about players that sort of haven't kicked off. Do you know what player that I've been really surprised with, genuinely, that they've done something like Alex Patterson?
Yeah, Harrogate, isn't it?
That's
really good.
No, because he left because at Wickham, like he did all right first season, second season Championship, he hardly played. Went to Harrogate and he was absolutely unreal. I think he just played more as a striker, didn't he?
He's doing it about bad. I just don't think he was ever going to do it in a Championship. That was all.
He's at Bradford now. He's got injuries.
Yeah.
He's played 9 games, 2 goals. Just 2 goals, but in 9 games. But he's played as a centre mid, I think.
Well, he's just one of those players that just did a bit part job, but then seemed to do it somewhere else. Now, fair play to him.
He looked good at Wickham, didn't he? To an extent, like he always had the energy, sort of decent box to box midfielder, but it just never really worked out for him. But it's nice to see him doing well. Obviously, smashed it at Harrogate. Now he's at Bradford. And
Pete has just put up a tweet.
Oh, there we go.
Is Pete coming back in here for the grand finale, or are they announcing it with?
I don't know. He's just tweeted a picture of Matt by the looks of it. In quite a nice jumper by the looks.
A big fan of that jumper, to be fair. And
quite a
Sevilla
nice jumper.
signed Alejandro Velez on loan from Veliz.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
I didn't know about that.
That's like a proper football manager signing. Sign some wonder kid from Argentina, send him out on loan.
So, will it be Nigel or will it be someone else? We will find out very shortly, I would imagine. Kane Ramsey has joined Charlton Athletic for an undisclosed fee, the right back from Harrogate.
Harry Vaughan to Bristol Rovers.
Is he from Hull?
Yes.
And that's
That's
it.
it now. The windows are shut. Window is shut.
So we just got any announcements in the works then?
We just got to wait.
Yeah. A centre back is. I do think we need a centre back now, especially Chris is possibly dead.
Bloody hell.
That's a
So
bit
Joe
dark.
Rowe went nowhere, did he?
No.
Joe Rowe went nowhere, didn't he? So,
Yeah, Joe is, as far as we're aware, safe.
okay, cool.
Yeah, I do know that Watford were looking for a centre back, which basically matched him, but whether or not they got him or not, I don't think they did.
Yeah.
So
I know he was never going back to Bristol because they didn't want him. So,
Didn't you say in the group chat Bristol just basically did a fire sale of players they didn't want and Joe happened?
yeah, I think they wanted a striker as well because they just lost that DAU, didn't they? So,
I don't think anything's going on at Watford. They signed the Chakaveda Tesse. Fucking hell, I butchered that on a permanent.
Oh, I think we might have a signing here.
Yeah.
We might have a signing.
They posted Pete's posted an office gif.
Pete, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. You know it.
Here we
Come
fucking
on,
go.
Pete. Come in here.
So is there a name we're expecting or?
Nigel Londwick.
Nigel.
That seems to be the one we've been linked with by an actual like.
What? So the
journalist.
Wolves one, yeah? Or...
Yeah, it's not. He's not in any way related to Scotland. So that's what gets me. Has there
We're a
been
little
another?
bit.
Either he doesn't know what a Dutch like a Dutch person sounds like, or we were potentially in for another player and we didn't go.
I hope he's listening to this right now. I really do.
Is
really
there a
like
possibility we were after like Elliot Watt or somebody on a permanent while getting Nigel on loan?
Oh wow, bloody hell! So Imari Samuels, who played against us last night, has joined Fleetwood on loan. I missed that one.
Oh,
I thought he was good. I'd have had him at Wickham.
There
I
were
would add him.
loads of scouts.
I think
Yes,
I think a couple of people said have him.
honestly, there were so many scouts yesterday at Adams Park. It was unreal. Tried to work out which teams they were from, but everyone was tight-lipped. But yeah, there were many. And you know, that goes about saying with it being so close to deadline. So you never know. There could be a Brighton player that's coming to us. You know, the guy that scored yesterday might be coming towards us because think about it. Most of the players who signed this month have scored against us at some point in their careers. So never know.
So right,
Hull
from
have
all of you
signed.
then,
Hull have
before
signed
this-
Anas Zayouri from Burnley.
Oh wow!
He got 11 goals last season in Championship, so that the Hull might go up. They've got Twine, they've got Mehmeti, they've got Zayouri, they've got Connolly.
Mehmeti?
Shit, wrong team.
That's Bristol City, mate.
That is Bristol City. They have somebody else on the left wing who's really good. They have Aaron Connolly. He
Fabio
scored a lot.
Carvalho.
Philogene.
Thank you. No
And
beer
Philogene.
or pizza in sight. We are a new Wickham from Matt Cecil.
So before we get into this final signing, then that looks like it's going to be happen. Can we have an outlandish shout from all of you? Who's it going to be?
Barry Richardson.
I'm going to say Anish Mehmeti.
Anis Mehmeti. Oh my God. I think
Aaron.
you'll know who I'm going to say.
Aaron, did you just say Thomas Partey?
Thomas Partey.
No, I swear I heard somebody say Mbappe.
Oh,
There we go. Look, someone's commented Uchi. Ollie's commented it.
Uche is like semi-reasonable, I guess.
Uchi's not unrealistic, but it's just not going to happen, is it?
I can't see it happening. 'Cause
Ollie
it's-
might
He'll
know
be
some-
injured. It's pointless.
He
He'll
has
be injured most
dislocated
of the
his shoulder.
season.
What about Ikpiatsu?
Here's one for you, Deej.
I've had a couple of runs at this point, so ignore me.
He's given up on it.
Would we take Jakubiak back?
Absolutely
Fucking hell,
not.
mate. No.
What?
Mate, you've lost the
I
plot.
just wanted to see the
DJ.
I just wanted to see the reactions.
Are you
He's had a
drinking
few
rum
drinks
or
since
are you drinking rum or rocket fuel?
I love how this has been deadline day. What I was saying earlier, the biggest transfer news didn't even come in football, did it? Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari.
That's a mental one. Like, I don't know how many people. I know, Kyle, you are not particularly a fan of Formula One by your comments.
I'm a massive fan of F1.
Kyle's muted himself. He's gone.
He's gone.
His Formula One came up and he's out. That's a fantastic move from a Ferrari. Like,
Yeah, I'm a big fan
I
of
really like
Formula
Formula One. I really
I
like
do as
Formula
well.
One.
I booked to go to the Vegas Grand Prix this year, so
I want to go to Silverstone.
hopefully.
I think Silverstone's realistic.
mate, I went last year. Hell of an experience. Oh,
I want.
Chris, I'm sorry, mate.
Chris is back there.
There he is.
Like,
I
yeah,
didn't
that is
see him.
mental. The biggest news of this transfer window came at like 11 o'clock, and it was fucking Hamilton to Ferrari.
DJ,
Yeah,
F1's not a sport.
fuck off, you prick.
What do they do? They sit,
Go back to
they sit in a
the
car.
TVs, you prick.
They sit in a car and they go and drive around. If I want to do that, go to Handicross Roundabout, watch the M40. What's the
Lad,
difference?
they lose like 2 kilograms of weight per race because they're fucking doing that much exertion. There are certain.
I lost
sports
about
I
2
can-
kilograms of weight tonight with what I've been doing.
What, you having a fucking wank?
Chris,
There are certain sports that should not be sports. Like chess is not a sport.
It's good to have you back
Video
in the
games are
group,
not a
Chris.
sport. Formula One is a sport. Formula
not,
One is
what's
definitely a
driving?
sport. It is.
So what, my journey to work's a sport then, isn't it?
No, because you're not doing it competitively.
Believe me, I'm doing it competitively with I'm outside lane on the M40 and I'm trying to get past Ascona inside and get to the junction. I am competitive, believe me.
Yes, I am pissed. I am angry here. And yeah,
Can
I
we
like
get Ollie on?
Chris, Chris, are you all right, mate? Have you had a bit of humble?
Sorry?
You look, have you fallen on the floor and can't get up?
Like a turtle.
You pulled your cord, Chris.
I'm in the. I've been consigned to the kitchen.
He's been confined
What
to
the,
the
what the
So
floor?
I'm sat. So I'm sat on the kitchen floor.
The acoustics in your kitchen are better than the terrace, mate.
Ah,
I think we've lost DJ.
by the way, Jolo Troy, earlier you
I'm just doing
mentioned.
something on Twitter.
Oh, shut up. Jolo Troy, you mentioned earlier, player, brilliant start, was crap afterwards. Can't believe nobody mentioned, well, actually I can because none of you were really alive, Roy Essendon.
To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
Essendon was
that.
like wasn't he like? Didn't we literally put out like an advert asking for players just to play for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Like,
were
he
struggling
happened
for
to
a
see it.
striker.
Like I feel like that's different. You know what I mean?
No, but he came on, first touch, scored a goal, was shit after that.
Went to Bishop Stortford and did
Mm.
fuck all there as well.
We'll always have that one moment, though, I suppose. So
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Still
Talk of
remember
chair,
that
boys,
now.
got a question for you, Deej. He's fucking gone. All right, see you later.
Have we got Coig in the waiting room yet?
We have not got Kuig in the way. I didn't see you down there, Chris, because it's like done an extra page, so I couldn't see you in the waiting room. I'm gonna keep an eye on.
No worries.
I'm going to keep an eye on that just in case we do have Pete. I don't want to leave him sat there waiting. But yeah, a very good night tonight, honestly. And with around 70 viewers again, like fucking hell, mental, isn't it? The amount of people we've had watching tonight is superb, and thank you all for your
I
support.
mean, in the nicest possible way, I'd say they're, I wouldn't say we're the mental ones. I'd say anybody who wants to watch this.
I mean, I don't
talk crap of an evening.
There he comes.
But fair play, each to their own.
33,000 engagements this video has had.
Yeah.
Jesus.
33k.
D, just one for you, mate. Don't know.
Yeah.
Overtaking what? I don't know.
No, but it's not like you're not. You are not being tracked by somebody. You're not getting points for it. You're not racing them. You just.
I've got plenty of points, believe me. And I am being tracked.
Okay, do you know? Yeah,
Live 360.
What if it's a copper chasing you, and then you're having to overtake people? That's a sport, then, isn't it?
I will accept that answer. Do you know what? I will actually accept that answer. To be fair.
Does anybody else, like when you're on the road, so when I'm on the motorway, because I get a little bit bored in the journeys in the morning, I do pretend to have races against the cars on the inside, and I don't know if they know that I'm racing them or not, but I think, right, can I get to that lamppost first, or can I get that there?
Do you tell your kids that when you're at school? Like, this
Sorry?
is how I got into work today.
No, I don't. What do I talk about with kids at school? Trying to think.
Thank you, Alex.
I'm trying to think, James. Oh, we were building forts today. That was good fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that why you're on the floor? You've got no sofa or anything left.
No, it's basically all used for the floor fort.
To be fair, don't we always do a tweet saying like this is us for the night done whenever we're finished?
Yeah, we've
We've done that,
had them chatting between each other, so something's coming. Obviously, some have put out that they're done. Bristol Rovers have just put out that they're about to sign someone now. Leeds are signing someone Welsh. So
where's Harry?
But I swear Wickham normally do like that's us done for the night, lads.
No, I have a suspicion they'll probably put out a tweet saying, "Oh, you're still up, are you?" or something like that.
That's the classic tweet, isn't it?
We don't end this stream until you announce a signing, basically.
Exactly.
Is what.
Question for Dan Clark. Dan,
Oi, Jaden and back, says Harry.
okay, if this isn't your best podcast you've done for the week, is it in the top one?
Oh no!
What do we?
Obviously, you have to listen to this week's episode. Very, very good. That was before we signed Butcher and a left back though, so it's exactly what has been asked for. So, at this current moment in time, I'm quite happy. I mean, if we bring anyone else in, even better. But I'm happy right now. I think
I do think it's been a good
really
window.
well.
Like
Yeah,
Butcher, Dybala, Kem, Kadua, Kone, and Saxon. Like that's
It's a really
good
good window.
window. Like
Really
Kone
good window.
alone is. Like,
Yeah,
given...
can we not get onto the topic of you and Kone, because we will be here until 3
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning.
No, I was
Yeah,
just gonna
no.
say quickly. You know how much I talked about Kone, but like,
Yes.
all the rest of them are fantastic signings, I think, and a lot of them have experience, which is very
See,
good.
as he's just tweeted, by the way, I've just seen Thomas come up. You know, we should note our displeasure that he had promised that he was going to be our stadium reporter tonight with his drum, and he isn't there. So, frankly, actually, Tom, you're a frigging letdown.
Oh,
Oh, Christ.
That's harsh.
well, that
No, it's not. It's not at all. You have one job, Thomas, and you couldn't even fucking
Yeah.
do that, could you?
All he needs to do was get in a taxi with his drum and his gilet and make his way to HP12.
He normally does that. Well, it doesn't go
I know.
HP12, Bristol Rovers.
To be fair, that gilet would probably make its own way there by itself if you did it.
What's Ollie said? Poor from Tom.
Dan not sleeping until Tarpey gets announced.
I'll be dead
From
when that
Tom.
happens. Do you know what? I'm
Joe,
just
I've
going
got
to
to
score a
say, though-
hat-trick on Saturday.
Mhm.
We'll score a hat-trick Saturday, and then I'll be
Do you-
going, and we'll score none. And then
Do you know, I was behind the goal, but they scored that goal. You know, like that one which has gone all across YouTube and stuff. And actually, it was so much better in the real than what it looks online. Because actually, what you don't see in the video is what like clearly how he nutmegs the defender when he's like flipped it over the head. Honestly, he was bloody brilliant that day.
Look, I only
brilliant
said
now.
Manny Mello's a bit of a joke because he did like okay in one preseason appearance. There's a difference.
Just shut up.
We've
You
been
were
raving about him
obsessed.
for months. Literally,
I
in
was
August,
taking the
we were
piss
sat there
there.
going, "This is his breakout year," and he's ended up at Sutton on the bench and Rochdale again.
He scored in a pre-season, and you put a tweet out saying that's why he's the GOAT.
Yeah, I overreact sometimes. It's okay.
Did you just see that? Oh, did you just see that pop up on the screen?
Yeah,
I'll put it up
yeah,
again.
that's what I was reacting to. I saw it in the sidebar already.
He's bang on, to be fair.
Like occasionally I overreact. Yeah, but seriously, thank you, George.
Yeah.
No, this is Jaden's credit to take.
It's
This
your
is all
show,
Jaden.
mate. Honestly,
Jaden
we wouldn't-
has done fantastic.
none of us would be here without
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, Jaden
Yeah.
has done absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic setting up this individual stream, and to be fair, he deserves credit for that. But we wouldn't be here without you, George. So
Yeah,
thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. We wouldn't
Yeah, well
take any
done,
credit
George.
away from you.
It's a joint effort. All I've got to do is
No,
sit up
George,
and speak,
take the
and
praise,
you
mate.
lot come along and talk a load of bollocks. So,
Well, what I think's helped was the fantastic bit of artwork for that poster. So I think that obviously got a lot of people in. Who actually did
who
that
was-
poster?
Yeah, who did them?
Was that
it was
George?
me.
That was George.
It was
yeah.
on PowerPoint.
Phenomenal.
Graphic
The
design.
fact that you've even used PowerPoint is a
Thank
is
you,
an
Harrison.
achievement to create that. Well done.
The
No, but
DJ
George, we
one
wouldn't
makes
take any
me
credit
laugh.
away from you.
Oh god, the DJ one, yeah.
That I've got that
DJ
saved on my phone because it's just so. Where is it?
I did want Hannah to come in and start wiggling a dildo in my ear, but she wouldn't play along.
I need to go. I need to see those images again. Let me see. Here we go.
I mean, how can you not? How can you not find that funny?
I'm just glad he didn't post the video like he planned to in the first place.
That video.
Say goodbye to your automobile.
I've got a feeling when Jaden gets the score prediction right, I feel like it might.
That's going to
just
be the
come out.
forfeit. We did have
Oh,
some drafts for.
I just think if Uchi's announced, you should just put it over this now. Just play it.
Lad, I do not have tits like that. Look at me, I'm flat as a
You got a-
flat as a board.
Dude, you got a fucking good set of tits on you, mate. Honestly.
I know. I know. It's a really good brow, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'd have you on every week if you did.
Elliot Nevitt or Riot. Callum says, unfortunately, he's taking his time with his property portfolio, so that one won't happen tonight. Kyle's source has confirmed. So no Elliot Nevitt tonight, but maybe one day. He's gonna fucking sign now, isn't he? It's like me and Lyle Taylor or me and bloody Labala the other day. He's definitely gonna sign.
Well, they were good days, weren't they?
Just bring it back, honestly.
Dildos in the ear.
Did you ever see the clip with the Norwich fans? It was like back in 2012, 2013.
No.
I'll send it. I can't even describe it. It was just so funny because it just went from 0 to 100 in about 2 seconds. So
I hadn't actually, George. You know the photo used for like me, you, James, and Harry. I hadn't actually seen that clip until yesterday. With
So I just googled like deadline day best moments or something along those lines, and I'd never seen it before either. And it was perfect because I had to get like 4 of us in one photo, and I was like, "Oh, bingo, that'll do."
Wasn't it the Ozil?
Where that's from?
It's just like that's the only issue.
Yeah.
Some guy shouting "fucker"
Harry
right in the or something.
Harry McCurdy's gone back to Swindon.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Just happened, yeah.
Interesting one.
He was
can't say
good
I
at
like
Carlisle, McCurdy.
Cheltenham have signed a load of new players as well, which is ominous for Saturday.
It's Charlton, though. They're always going to sign a bunch of new players, and they're going to do mediocre. And they're going to sack the manager after 18 games and bring in a new one. It's going to be. It's Charlton.
Cheltenham.
Sorry, did I say Cheltenham or Charlton?
You did say Cheltenham.
You said Cheltenham.
No, you said Cheltenham.
I said Cheltenham, right?
It's DJ just
Right.
being fucking pissed.
DJ being on the rum and gaslighting me.
Yeah. No Curtis Thompson, though. He's gone, hasn't he?
At least he can't score.
Yeah, that's a shame.
If Matty Taylor scores against us, I'll be fuming. Just no, nobody worse than Matty Taylor.
He scored 2 goals this season, I swear.
Probably. Well, you're the stat man. You should be able to find out.
He has scored 2 goals this season. It would make sense if he gets a hat trick against us because fuck us, apparently. Like, I do have to say, like, obviously we had a long time of shit-hazing teams with Ainsworth. Like, if you were shit-hazed by Ainsworth, you must be loving this right now. Like, must be so much fun for you just seeing us be the exact opposite of what we used to be.
What? Good.
Yeah. But we're in the semi-finals.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. The scroll down bar was causing me issues again.
Has Richard Keogh signed for anybody else, or is he?
Actually, I was going to raise something. I don't know if any of you lot saw this, but Dundalk played the friendly game a couple of weeks ago, and there was someone called Keogh.
It's not the same Keogh. That
Is it
Keogh was
not?
playing striker.
Ah, right. Okay.
Thomas posted it, and I had a look. No, it's not the same Keogh.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I thought it may have been Richard, but
I think Keogh will. The Republic League is getting a lot stronger, and it would make sense for him to go back. I actually think Derry City needs a centre back. James, what are you doing?
trying to get an Uche one, but I'm blocking his head. That's the only issue. So
are we having the pictures?
It wasn't
I've tried.
Keogh. That wasn't Richard Keogh. That one, no.
No.
I did have a proper look, and I asked, but it wasn't that Keogh. He was playing attack. And I don't know about you, but I don't think Richard Keogh has the legs to play as a winger anymore.
He might. He could probably do a centre over.
I swear he did one game for us. He was like a right winger for us at one point. I was just like, what the fuck is happening here?
he lost it was a game against Bolton where we lost 4-2 at home. He and Cameron Jerome were going hammer and tongs in the last minute, and then he fouled them for a penalty.
The slowest ever running race.
There was one point Richard ran, and by ran I mean he was like the same as anybody else jogging, but
to be fair to Richard Keogh, I know this doesn't sound like that promising or anything, but when I think it was in the friendly against Wealdstone, just the way he led by example, and I actually saw him literally take like Joe Lowe to one side and was just like telling him what to do. It was actually quite good to see, just screaming and just that real
his
leadership
abilities would absolutely be amazing, but he just didn't really have the legs to play anymore. It feels like.
I don't know. See, I think he was a scapegoat. I still do. I don't think he was quite as bad as what people made out. for him to be. I'm not saying he was amazing, but I don't think he was quite as bad as making out. And sometimes it's easy to latch onto one player, and given his age, he's an easy one to latch onto.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Chris. I thought he was a bit of a scapegoat, if I'm honest with you.
I do agree with that, but at the same time, he wasn't amazing either.
But he's kind of similar, I think, like I would say in a similar way to like the debate about the formations. So, like a couple of weeks ago, everyone's going absolute balmy for playing wing backs and 3 at the back. Well, weekend, that first half was the worst performance by a mile. Nobody once mentioned the formation as well. So it's kind of actually, if you're going to criticise it for that, got to criticise it for Saturday, or you actually criticise actually probably what is a fair reflection, other factors too. Other factors were at fault for Saturday and probably for past performances.
It's probably a combination. I mean, the fact that Keogh, when he came on, was playing as part of a back 5. I think is a combination of that and everything else, which is the problem. It just didn't help the fact that literally, my mum could run faster than he could. Obviously he's got the footballing brain. He's just not got the legs.
Yeah,
and he just needs to go into coaching, and that's about it. But yeah, I think it's a relief that we've got someone in on a left back position, because I think if we were going into the second half of the season with just JJ and Luke Leahy and potentially Kane Vincent-Young now and again, like Kane Vincent-Young looked all right last night in that position, but he's not the solution, is he? So
no.
It's a decent.
Then at right back we have Grimmer, McCarthy, and Kane Vincent-Young. Who's that's actually a question I've been thinking about for a while.
And Jasper Passington, if you're including him.
Yeah, and Jasper. To be fair, Jasper played at winger, didn't he, when he came on?
Yeah.
Yesterday? So
No, I'd have Pattendon and Vincent-Young as a winger.
Yeah,
but Vincent-Young cannot defend.
Realistically, Jasper's going to play winger and Kane Vincent's going to play as a full back. So out of Jason, Grimmer, and Kane, which 2 do you keep?
Grimmer and Kane.
I would say Grimmer and Kane as well.
I like Jason as an individual, as a person, but he's been unlucky with his injuries, and maybe he's probably, I don't know, maybe not quite at the level anymore required to play for us.
The thing is, that was one thing I was going to say. Do you remember you were asking me about people who are overpowered in Football Manager? Jason McCarthy is always fantastic in Football Manager. Do you remember? I don't know if you saw my tweet. I was checking Football Manager the other day, and Football Manager has Striek having better kicking than Stockdale.
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to jump in. I'm just going to jump in there with you, because that is the biggest load of bollocks ever if they've got that.
No, literally, Max Striek had 14 kicking, and Stockdale had 13 kicking out of 20.
Oh.
And do you think someone sneezed when they were punching those numbers in?
I don't know. I don't know whether. I don't know how it works, because obviously Jaden used to do FIFA, for example. I don't know if there's somebody who does Wickham Football Manager, or I don't know if it's just a general EFL person. But
and that, my friend, is why stats are bollocks.
12 passing, 14 kicking. And I was just looking at going, what the fuck?
I guess I can talk about EA because I'm not employed by them.
You're not working there anymore, are you?
No, yeah, fuck it. I'll talk about them. So basically, what they did, they got me to watch. Obviously, I watched a lot of Wickham games, being a Wickham fan, etc. And so after every game that Wickham played, you'd upgrade and downgrade players' stats based on performance. So if someone wasn't performing, you give them a minor downgrade, and if someone was performing, you give them a minor upgrade. But the thing is, it didn't really matter what I said, because there was always someone higher up who would have to review them before they got put out. So basically, all the work I did just went to fuck all. So because they didn't take any of it seriously, because EA don't watch lower league football. Basically, is what is what I'm trying to say here. And yeah, I just found it a bit of a waste of time, and money went great. So I said, see you later.
Like, Harry, you're doing women's football, aren't you, at the moment?
Yeah, in Wales. Yeah.
How's that Sports Interactive? How are they treating you compared to FIFA with Jaden?
Oh no, great. I just think the difference with Jaden's one is that I am that one who reviews them, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So you're the higher up, basically.
Yeah. So, but I still do my own ones, if you get what I mean. So I'm in charge of all of them, but I just get people to help me with it, but not particularly like loads of people, just like one or two to have a look with me, if you get what I mean. But I have the final say on them. So I guess it's similar, but I'd probably say treated better. But I don't know how you got treated, really. So yeah.
I got a trip to Germany, so that was all right.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, there you go then.
Got to go and watch Cologne. Brandon Aguilera has joined Bristol Rovers. I don't know who that is. Anyone got any
Christina will
clue?
be delighted.
I was going to go round actually and ask. Obviously, there's been some good signings in League One so far this window, but who's really stood out for you as the best signing so far in League One? Mine would personally be Aaron Collins. That happened there.
I was going to say that.
It's a really good pickup from Bolton, to be fair. Anyone got any other suggestions that they would like to bring to the table?
Yeah, Lyle Taylor to Cambridge.
Yeah, it was a good bit of business.
Cracking bit of business. Phenomenal bit of business.
Matete could be a good one today for Oxford.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it could be good signing.
I don't think Bond going to Cambridge is a bad signing either, to be honest with you. I think that's pretty good.
He hasn't really hit the ground running recently at any clubs, has he, Macaulay Bond? But there is a good striker in there somewhere.
Just the most frustrating forward probably in the lower leagues, you'd have to say.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I
Tom
think
says
so.
Kone to Wickham was the best signing in League One.
Yeah,
I guess
Moisa could be an interesting one.
Who's that? Moisa.
Moisa, he's got Texas, isn't he? That could be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think he's a decent League One striker.
He's so temperamental though, because I remember when he played us as MK, wasn't it, last season, and he just looked shit. He didn't look bothered.
So you're the same one that was at Cheltenham?
So say that again.
Was he at Cheltenham? Is that the same player?
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of years ago he was. Yeah.
Good at Cheltenham. Yeah.
And we moved to Peterborough, didn't he?
Yeah, he was at Peterborough for a while. Yeah, and then went to MK franchise.
But then, to be honest, if you had to go to the Solus Bowl of MK, you'd be pretty disappointed, wouldn't you?
If you're what, Chris?
If you had to go to the soulless hole that is MK and you had to work there, you'd be pretty disappointed with life as well.
I just think it's where people go to die, to be honest. It's like...
I'm going to MK the weekend.
Are you wearing that shirt?
Little trip to Ninja Warrior.
I'll curry your shirt to MK, Chris.
There you go.
Be a slight improvement.
What, MK or the shirt? They don't deserve this shirt.
You might bring a bit of colour to the place.
I think this shirt is older than the town. Certainly older than the football club.
You can go and hang that shirt on one of the concrete cows.
Just a question, actually. I've just had a thought just before we jump on to Harrison's question there. Do we think that Pete Couig's kind of Scottish accent was a really poor attempt at doing Jim White? I just thought, as you came back in with your yellow tie on, I just thought, shit, Jaden's going to do a Scottish accent here. Could that be it?
Could be, you never know. I don't know what he was getting at. I thought it was a hint for the new signing, but
he made it clear that it was like a shock little signing announcement, if you know what I mean.
Oh, guys, I've got to do a quick shout out to Craig Anderson. Works for the Wickham Foundation and he does work for Wickham Wanderers Women. So, hello, Craig. He also wanted me to tell you guys that he did work for Sports Interactive, the company that made Football Manager, for 3 years, and he was the Wickham researcher. So I thought I'd pass that on to you from Craig.
nice.
Oh,
So-
nice.
I believe I met Craig on Saturday, didn't I?
I
You did
do
indeed.
believe at
Yeah.
some point we should do a pint-sized preview go to a women's match. I believe we should go to do it at some point.
They're in the League Cup quarterfinals, so yeah, they may have another final on their
I
hands.
think
so,
it would be
yeah.
really good for us to all go out and support the team and tell everybody on Twitter, look, we're going to support the team. You should come along if you can too, because it's very easy just to support the men's team because that's what we're used to. Do you know what I mean? But we need
You can do a
to.
live stream of your bus trip, Dara. Dara. Keep saying
Yeah.
Damo. Missing heroes.
Wrong podcast, mate.
Wrong
Don't worry,
podcast.
mate. I'm not going to interrupt you in 2 seconds.
So let's get on to Harrison's question then. Favourite Wickham signing that's been announced so far this window?
This window
What we're
or
thinking.
every window?
We'll go with this window.
Every window going back how long?
Every window. So
Do
let's
you-
just
do
go.
you-
Let's
do
go.
you need
history.
to ask me?
Every window would be the Fred announcement when he came back.
Oh, the mic drop.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a great one.
My
But
favourite
this
announcement.
window,
My favourite announcement was Uche Ekpezu, January 2024. I mean February 2024.
My favorite overall. Oh God. Jesus. Do you know what? I kind of like Mehmeti's because okay, since a Bloomfield. No, because you know why I like Mehmeti's? He was just one of 4 players announced as a B team player. There was no fanfare, there was no special, and he made something of himself through that. I like that.
Everyone slagged him off though. That was the
Yeah,
most
that's the- but
annoying
the thing is,
Like, it went
he
on
proved
and
us all-
everyone was like, "Who were they?"
Yeah, he proved us all wrong. That's what I loved about him. And then
Full
obviously
hits in one day.
Bloomfield era, Kone. Need I say which way? That way. There we go.
Former Wickham
JJ
goalkeeper Adam
Summerall.
Priesbeck has found the club. He has joined
Good on him.
Pennybont FC in the Welsh.
Bridge End.
Oh,
Welsh
was
League.
it?
Yeah, he left his Polish club, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there was contractual issues.
Fair enough.
Wait, he's joined Painterbox.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Harry, you can see him.
No, yeah, I've only just realised what you meant. Yeah, he'll be the best keeper in the league by a mile.
Dee, you were mentioning about the women's team. Aaron and I went to one of the games earlier in the season, and like
Yeah.
honestly, like the quality of it was really good. But also the day out, like it was really, really good. Like great value. I thoroughly recommend it. I think anybody who does have a spare Sunday or something looking to do, you really can't go wrong going down.
The thing
Down
is,
to the ground and
obviously,
watching it there. Really good. And the food was
Obviously,
really good.
yeah. I'm in Liverpool at
Yeah.
the moment, but if I'm down in Wickham again, I would love to go to a women's match, but I'd love to make it a sort of thing that we try and promote. I
But
do think
you
it's
know, the other thing as well, what's really impressed me, 'cause I mean, I've been speaking to them this week because we've got a couple of girls' teams at my school, like mad keen on football, and I've been speaking to the clubs about bringing them along to be mascots, and the package they offer, like for any girls' team who are looking, for a day out or something, is really, really good value. It's that free for them to go along. They get a 30-minute coaching session beforehand. Get to walk all the players out as well. I think that's just such a great experience for anyone, and they'll look up to the players on the pitch, and hopefully it will inspire like many other generations as well. So I think anyone that male, female, go along. Take your kids along to it as well. You really can't go wrong as well. We had a good day, didn't we?
We did, yeah. Although you're getting a bit of stick here in the comments, Chris.
No, I'm not.
Tim Pot Chris.
I wouldn't be taking that if I was you.
I would say Thomas Team Pot for not turning up to Adam's part tonight when he promised.
Oh,
That's fighting words. That is.
And as much as I would love to be at Cheltenham, you know, dare I say, I love my kids a little bit more.
Boo.
I think you're trying to win everyone over, Chris. After I don't know who it was.
Chris is rat. Not Chris is rat. Chris is rat.
Chris is rat.
I mean, talking of rats, Tom looks like he's got a dead one on his chest hair. Like, don't cover it up, Thomas.
He's trying to win the audience over, Chris, after the Mayo photo.
Oh, he's piping up.
Oh,
Shaggy.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, we could say so much right now.
I'm not.
No, be kind to Ollie. Ollie's a really nice chap. Be kind to him. No, you shouldn't be making comments about any footballers and Ollie's just not on.
So obviously, Christina Joseph's injured for the meantime.
Oh.
I'm still trying to get over Boxing Day when I was in the pub and Tom got his knob out.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus. I was so glad I turned away to check my phone at that point.
Tiny Tom went to Spain.
Was that
Tiny
me,
Tom.
Chris? Who was that? Me, Chris, and Kyle.
Oh, smallest thing I've ever seen.
I just turned away and all I hear is Chris like crying.
Oh my God. I know. It reminded me of pigs in blankets from the day before.
Oh.
I have to say, Tom, though. So I actually have to say, like, standing on the terrace this season with Tom and I suppose with Aaron as well has been such good fun. Like, he's a good lad, really.
And he's
DJ
hung like a squirrel.
Chris is rat.
Oh, this is quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought something had happened by now, but we're still waiting for a signing.
It's a very late announcement. Well, Bristol City have just put out like a season, so it's still possible.
Wasn't Jordan Abita's one a few years ago really, really late as well? And that was beyond deadline day, wasn't beyond the
That one was it? I was like, I swear that was like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that was like 1 in the morning
when that got announced.
Well, I'm heading off. I'm heading off at 12, so like I'm not gonna. I can't stay beyond that, unfortunately.
And Lewis Wing, back in 2022, that was really late.
That was like 11:30. No, that was like fairly reasonable.
Oh right, I thought the Abita one was. Wait, I thought the Wing one
Abita was like super late because I was staying up because I just can't sleep and I saw Abita. But
bedtime for DJ.
I've got a girlfriend. She doesn't want to stay up to 1 o'clock while I just chat shit.
I'm sure she does, mate, if you ask her nicely.
He's got to let her out the cellar.
He's only just let me out of the basement.
I don't understand where this joke came from.
DJ Timpot going to bed.
Lads, I am an Irishman supporting a team that I am not even local to. How is that Tin Pot?
Well, Tin Pot's that you got to go and have a wash in the sink first, didn't you? Before you go to bed.
Head gardener at uni.
Now let's play drummer bingo. Who's Tom going to insult next? He's already done DJ and
DJ
Chris.
Rat. DJ Rat.
I reckon him and Ollie just turn on each other in the comments.
DJ
Rat. DJ Rat.
Is Rat.
DJ Rat. Oh.
Voldemort's coming for you, DJ.
DJ Rat. Oh my god.
Well,
why? Okay, what the fuck? I've just seen in my For You. Stumped Peg, I want your bum. What the fuck?
George just made me think we signed George.
George, George, what are you doing?
I was so confused when you put that in the chat. 'Cause I thought we just signed him.
DJ is rat. We got 60 people watching us talk about DJ being a rat. Christ almighty.
This is the content they come for.
Oh my god.
It's getting worse.
Abita was signed at 7:15.
Jeez, I thought it was like quite late. I thought it was like
What's
midnight.
Harry? What's Harry done?
Harry's at 50 Cent me.
He's not even there.
Harry's just vibing. Harry is the purest out of all of us. Let's be honest with you.
Harry's loving
The
it.
thing is, the rest of you would be far too easy, and actually Harry being such a nice chap and all, I just wanted to jump in, you know, and give him a little bit of stick, so he doesn't feel left out, because we're all getting it.
Yeah, but Harry's pure. He doesn't like give anything. He just vibes.
Don't make me feel guilty, DJ.
What?
Oh, in answer to your question, dinner tonight was a sticky toffee chicken Japanese noodles. Really good.
It's an abomination.
Hey.
We just talk about the mayo on the left hand side in a fucking massive block.
It looks like ice cream. It looks like fucking ice cream.
That doesn't. That doesn't. I mean, the food looks good, but the mayo just.
What's I have?
Look, if you think that's a lot of mayo, you'd have seen the amount I had of last night's jacket.
Oh.
The stir fry was fucking gorgeous.
Oh,
Roland the rat.
Weapons.
What are we talking about rats? What is going on?
Your father just posted Roland the rat.
You won't have heard of Roland the Rat, will you?
No.
George, your piece of art has gone to absolute pop, mate, in the last 10 minutes.
Can we all like and retweet my dad's tweet? Just
Yeah, I've already done that. Don't worry.
Thanks,
Max Bird to Bristol City from Derby.
Okay.
He's back to Derby
and
for the rest
he's
of the
back on
season.
loan for the rest of the season.
Oh, Ollie's back on Chris's case.
Why?
Check his hard drive, lock him up.
Ollie, not a fan of the dinner, clearly.
And Chris
To be
was
fair,
telling
we,
me
we,
to
had, we
be
had one quite a while ago.
Yeah, it'd be nice to Ollie. Please don't mention any players.
While
Can
we're
I
on
scroll
it,
back far enough?
Well, I can't mention any
We
players.
could we could play a game. Who do we think Tom's favourite player is? And then maybe go on to other people on there.
My only memory of last season was Tom on the terrace going, "We've got Lewis Wing. He's the man for me." It lived rent free in my head forever now.
I gave Tom several lifts to away games last year, and one of the games that stands in my mind was Burton away when JJ missed that penalty. Picked him up, we drove over, and he was begging me to pull over along the motorway because he needed to go for a piss. And I was like, "That's fine, go." But as I pulled over, I then realised that there was traffic. I could see there was traffic in distance, so I ended up just driving without him. So I just sort of left him in the hard shoulder, and I had to go because I didn't want to get stuck in the traffic. So I called him up saying, I've left you, but I haven't left you. Just run up." I think he chased me for about 15 minutes or so. I could just see this body in the back on the windscreen just chasing my car. Oh, he got into my car in the end, and he didn't say a word after that. He thought he was going to cough a lung out, but he survived. So
I'm never getting a lift with you again.
No.
Someone Ollie put James W.
Charlie White has joined Rotherham from Wigan.
Oh.
Had a beer, not midweek. Mummy won't let you. What the fuck is going on in the comments?
What's happening?
We're all falling apart.
I told you Ollie and Tom
it's
are
the
turning on
exact
each
same
other.
as the summer. We were expecting a transfer and it's not came in, so we're all going fucking insane.
DJ's falling apart
Again.
Something will happen, surely. They've
I'm not as drunk as I was at Leighton Orient. Don't worry about that.
It better bloody happen soon.
We need to do Leighton Orient again. Leighton Orient was such a fun experience.
Oh, it was good, wasn't it?
It was so good.
Are we doing Carlisle away last day?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I said back
I
a
just
few
remember
months ago we're
George
going
and
to
his
go
missus
as
turning up and they're playing Pokemon
Fancy
Go.
dress?
yeah, we're going. I said in the chat we should all go as big pots of mayo in honor of
No,
me.
we're not doing pots of mayo. We're not
Absolutely.
I've got
massive
my
mayo
outfit
jar.
though. I've got my outfit already. I just need to buy some fake tan.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Where you going?
Yeah,
as?
once I get my
Massive turd.
Like, I don't. What am I? I'm doing Bolton. I'm doing Bolton. Have you messaged Bolton yet, James?
No, I'm going to do it next week. I usually do it a few days in advance, but I can do it next week, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Then just let me know.
Pot on the phone. What the hell's going on?
So I'm doing
We
Bolton,
need the side
and I think I'm doing
Tom's doing some
Blackpool
stuff as
with.
well.
Oh, it's not. What we call Jaden now? Not Look Sport Media, LSM.
LSM football. LSM.
Have you
football.
joined the new group chat? I don't think you've joined the new group chat.
I have. I'm in it.
You in it? Okay.
Is it the writing one?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm in it. I'm in it.
Where's my fucking phone?
I haven't thought about Blackpool yet because it's go.
There's a group of crayons. That's good.
I'm
You know
going
what,
to
yeah.
traffic code, mate. I'm ready.
Could
I
we
would
all vote for Harrison's outfit?
Blackpool because again, Blackpool is like
Ollie
fucking.
fights over beers.
Fights over beers in the beer suite.
Wait, yeah, can you get that tweet back up, please? Just real quickly. Did it say Ollie or Ole?
Ole.
Ole.
George, I'm going to do some research for you now.
It's a good
That's
job
why
that
I'll
we've
put
got
one in
Tom
the
who's the
brand.
most responsible drinker going.
You're
That's
going to
ac-
brand, Jaden.
I'm
yeah,
taking my fucking tie off. Don't
Oh,
care at this
for
point.
fuck's sake. It's actually a thing.
What?
Adult mayonnaise costume.
Oh, please, can we all go with that?
Oh, we need to go
We
with
are
them.
not doing that. We are not
we should.
doing that.
Creamy mayonnaise. I've still got that fucking Tom comment up.
Be careful wearing it because Chris will try to dry.
We've been
hump you
told to
wearing
get.
it at the moment.
I did.
There'll be
this is
no
not what I'm
trying.
doing.
There
No,
will
no,
be
no,
happening.
no. Do you know who had defended MK Dons? The
Who?
guy who has now been forced to go to a separate platform.
Me and DJ had no doing in this. We would never defend MK.
No,
Dons.
no, but honestly, the guy who defended MK Dons from LSM has now been. He's now formed his own thing with
Creamy
lower
mayonnaise,
league
easy
look.
to spread.
Yeah, I did see that. He defended like their crowds, didn't he?
He defended their crowds, and then he did the tweet about what manager was it, Jaden? I can't remember.
Graham Alexander was apparently leaving, and he wasn't, and it all went fucking tits up. Or something.
So there's been a split now. So Look Sport Media and Lower League Look are now two different things. So one's just pure writing and one's the media.
But he did leave though, didn't he? Alexander got fired, so wouldn't that tweet been correct anyway?
No, but I think that was he was leaving to join another team,
Oh right, I see.
and they were told that they were just talking about the negotiation fees for how much it would cost for him to leave, and they got in shit for that. That's as much as I know. Me and Jay, I was doing the quiz last night, and Jaden, I presume, was watching the match.
Yeah, no, I was watching the match.
So there was some talk at 8 o'clock to explain it to all of us, and we were both busy. At the end of the day, it doesn't affect us because we can both just write whatever fuck we want. So I think I've been quite. I think Jay must be annoyed at me because I keep writing really quickly and he can't take anything.
Mate, no, you're fine. Honestly, I'm not. I've done I think 2 articles. I've done the one for the match report for the Fleetwood game and one on Matt Butcher. So,
Lads, I
you're
have done so many articles. I can't lie to you.
You know something which was weird though? I did an article on Labala. They never uploaded it and then uploaded yours 2 hours later.
No, I had an article about can't remember who it was. I had an article up and they never uploaded it, and then they uploaded a separate article, but from like the opposite person, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Honestly,
here we go.
I just think they sometimes just don't see it is the best answer for it.
Are we doing a drum roll? Oh,
George, you able to get that video up we were talking about?
You want to see the video?
Oh,
wanna
go
see
on,
the
do
video.
it.
Hold on.
Play the video.
We are fucking finally here.
Is
Jesus
it
Christ.
happening?
Can we play the DJ bit now?
Play the
No.
DJ. Go on.
Tom Holder has
No, yeah.
tweeted me off this year.
Okay, to be fair, how many people are watching the stream?
42.
Go on, then play it once.
Oh,
Go on, play it.
No, we cannot play the DJ.
we can't. We've waited so long to get this up to a decent level.
We can't ruin it now. Can
No.
I play
Square one.
Can I play a clip of audio from it about go on then turn it on?
Okay, you can play the go on, then turn it on. I think that's acceptable.
This is the most famous DJ quote. I just can't play the first bit for
Legal reasons. I can hear it very quietly as he tries to figure out where he can pause. So go on then, turn it on. It's the DJ.
DJ. That was Chris, wasn't it? I think. The DJ just don't care. He's just ranting into the.
I blame
Come
Kyle
on.
again. I blame Kyle.
Kyle's
You would.
petrol.
Kyle's whatever the fuck it was.
I mean, he turned up 5 hours
Was
late.
it you I had to run and grab because you were walking on somewhere else?
Me?
There was I had to grab somebody because we had decided we were going into that pub.
Yeah.
And then one person just kept walking on. I had to go and run and grab them and drag them back from like the rest of the Wickham crowd.
Oh no, I think that was me.
That was you.
Yeah.
Because
From what
like
I
you
remember.
you just walked on. We were all going like, yeah, we're gonna go in here, and then you just
No,
walked
what
on.
happened? They kicked us out because 80 Wickham fans stormed in there with a drum.
And then we went, okay, how about like the 10 of us go in? And they were like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then you just wandered off.
I left half my drink because we saw George walk past and me and you mobbed him. It was like the Wickham Way. I'm a big fan of your content. Oh god. Well, that drink had half of Carl's petrol in it, so I'm not particularly bothered.
No, that was revolting. That took me from happily drunk to dead to
I
go on, then
say
turn it
slightly
on.
controversial things. Was that what tipped you over the edge to make those comments?
Yeah, like before that, I was like happily drunk. I knew I was drunk, but I wasn't
Thomas just
too
called
bad.
me a rat.
Wow.
Before then,
friend.
I was like
Friend,
happily drunk. Then after that, I just went to off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I felt bad for Harrison fucking holding the drum while Tom was smashing the hell out of it outside of spoon.
That video of them outside of spoons.
It was
Good,
so
isn't it?
funny.
To be fair, they dropped my pint and my shot.
Tom, you smashed a baby Guinness. You fucking
Yeah,
owe me for that, mate.
That was my baby Guinness. I went to the loo and I came back out and it was like, "Where's my baby Guinness?" You fucking dropped it. Prick.
Thomas stood up on the table and Harrison got kicked out. For
And
no
do you
reason.
know how long it took me to get them both back in? Do you remember me negotiating
that
for their
was
entry?
your fault. You were like, look, fuck the bloody barrier. We'll just climb over it. We don't need show IDs. And then he stops us. Oh
No, but no.
Hang on. We may or may not have a special guest returning.
Oh,
to the
hello.
studio.
Oh.
I think it's time we
Here we go.
get this one out. We've been
Here we
waiting.
go.
Please welcome back to the stage, Pete Kuhig again. Hello again, Pete.
Hey.
Yay.
We got some breaking news.
Oh,
There are 4 check marks that need to go through boxes, and we have 2 of them right now.
Okay.
We're waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going through.
EFL and the FA.
EFL, FA. We're waiting on those 2.
Yeah.
We've gotten the Premier League
And the finals.
Okay.
and the finance team. So we're waiting on a couple more. So subject to their approval, we'll be able to announce a player.
oh,
2 minutes time.
exciting times.
Very.
So
exciting.
we've been sitting here staring at a computer screen, and we thought it would be totally cool for the interwebs to join us while we wait for those check marks to happen.
Exciting.
No, it's not.
Is it not?
It's not.
I mean, it is to us.
Dude, we've
It is
been,
to us.
I don't know if y'all took my tweet seriously when I was looking for Tom Holder. I actually knew where he was. Yeah, we've been sitting here for a while just waiting. But I mean, honestly, with everything that's going into those organizations, clearly, they're very busy tonight. Hold on a second. Is there a way to mute this?
He can't leak the details.
So it's Premier League, which means it does lend itself to being that Wolves player. Because
All right.
Premier League means...
All right. Subject to EFL and FA approval, we are very pleased to announce Nigel Cello Lonwijk has joined us on loan from Wolves.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey,
Nigel Lonwijk.
open the mayo. Here we come.
Tell us about him, Pete.
He's a tall
Hello?
guy. He's a big boy. He looks good. Look, I know. Look, I actually peeked on Twitter. It seems like some sources were pretty accurate. What do you think, fellas?
Great signing.
You guys are the pundits. Tell me what you think. I'm going to hear it on Twitter from y'all later.
Honestly, he's a fantastic signing. He was really instrumental in Plymouth's promotion to the Championship last season. I mean, he was playing in the Eredivisie the year before that. He was on loan in the Swiss League this year, but apart from injuries, that stopped him. He is a fantastic signing for our level. And the fact you've been able to pull him off is actually, in my opinion, mind-boggling. He is a fantastic signing for us. And thank you very much.
DJ just lifted all of that info from Wikipedia.
I know this shit. I know this shit.
Chat GPT coming in clutch, DJ.
No, I'm posting on Twitter about who it is.
He knows everything already.
I do my research. You know this.
Yeah, we know, mate. This is why Pete called us nerds earlier, because
Hey, man, I'm a proud nerd. Look, I'm with you. I'm a nerd as well.
We're proud nerds.
Yeah.
Pete, just a question. We've obviously slight rumours started coming out a couple of hours ago as well, but I'm presuming that this was a deal, and with the other deals probably has been worked on for a little bit longer. How long, from the first start of making contact with a club, does a deal tend to take? I presume they're not just happening today, or they're not just started today.
There ain't no average. It is it's the best deals are the easiest deals. They're the ones where they kind of make sense from both sides and everybody comes together very quickly. But where we're at, the type of player that we're competing for, a lot of times we're going after a player that a lot of clubs are interested in. And so that's just sort of part of the process. And I think it is one of the things that we've seen Matt do behind the scenes. And one of the reasons that we are so successful in getting our targets with the clubs that we want to attract these loan players from is the presentations that he does and the discussions that we do with the clubs and how we're going to look, how we see their players, how we see their players fitting into what we're doing is an important part of the process as to why we're winning the battles to sign some of these players. And it's, because it's also one of the things that takes time when you're dealing with players that multiple clubs are going after, because these guys have plenty of options, and there are a lot of very well-run clubs in England that they can go to. At League Two, League One are full of well-run clubs that have a real chance at success, and so we have to separate ourselves in the recruiting process. And to be frank, Matt and his team do an incredible job at that. So did that answer your question? Or
Thank you very much. Yeah.
when are we changing our name to Wycombe Argyle? Because obviously, half our team are former Plymouth players now.
Well, Plymouth have been very successful over the last few years, and they're being very successful at the next level right now. They're looking at they're really making a push at staying up, and they've got a lot of quality players. And so when you do that, sometimes players are looking for. I think it's a great situation because you take a kid like Saxon, who has been injured, is looking for a place to get his minutes to have an impact over the rest of the season. And I think we're a perfect spot. Whereas if he went right back to Plymouth right now, that team is doing very well. They have a great 11 that's in right now. They've got plenty of guys behind them, and it's a real chance for a kid like Saxon to play a substantial number of minutes this spring. So, I would say I've only been here 4 or 5 years, and over those 5 years, what I would say is every single window that we have spent work, like it has become easier and easier for us to work with other clubs, either in transfers or in loan situations. Because even when the loans don't appear to be as successful as they are, we have heard and had response that, they, even though it wasn't as successful as possible, growth has taken place. And so even in the ones that haven't worked, or what appear to have not worked from what, people are guessing, is a little bit different behind the scenes. And so it's, it is a crazy business, in the fact that so much player movement can take place a couple of times a season that I think one of the advantages that we have at Wickham on both sides of the equation is we treat people like human beings. We really want to get to know them as people during the process. We want to understand their character, and we don't let go of that on the other side of the process as well. And so I think it helps us, because anytime in this recruiting process where people call around to their buddies that have played at Wickham or have experiences with Wickham by knowing somebody who played here, we get our reviews pass muster. The Wickham way is integral to how this club achieves a greater success level than honestly we're due. And so, I want to mimic kind of what Gareth said after the match the other day. And I know, it's tough to we all understand that at a run like that, there's going to be that reaction. But one of the things about the Wickham way is, and we saw it Tuesday night. It was unbelievable how that 692 fans, they were behind us, and it was amazing and I know it's tough to cheer when things aren't going well, but I can't tell you how much that kind of stuff helps. And I think, one of the things that Gareth maybe was talking about was the Wickham way. We would love, and a lot of we would love our fans to react differently than most fans do. That said, we understand it, man. Jesus. I was ripping my hair out after the first half of that match. But I can't tell you, the second half, our boys standing up, taking responsibility for themselves, and producing a second half where we had 30 shots and XG of 8 million, whatever. It proved what we see every day is that everyone at this training ground, everyone in this building is behind each other. They're behind Matt. They're behind they're behind the Wickham way. And so it took a lot of courage, I think, because we all understand how supporters are going to react in certain situations. I think it took a tremendous amount of courage for Gareth McCleary to do that. And I was very proud of the fact that he did that.
I think he spoke well.
What's that?
Yeah.
I think he spoke well, and actually, I was in full agreement with the words that he sang. I was on the terrace for that day, and I personally was frustrated with some of the things we heard during the game. As far as I'm concerned, during the match is the time when the players need their help as well. And actually, giving something negative energy isn't going to help whatsoever. And that's why I make him completely right. I mean, we as fans, we'll make our judgments on what we see based on, like a couple of hours a week or so, which probably equates to just a small percentage of actually all of the work that Matt and the team do. What one thing would you love the fans to know or to see that goes on behind that you think would change the opinions and would think, actually, we've got to give him a break?
So I would say it's just almost a shift in perspective. And it's kind of the optimist, like everybody, clearly Rob is an insane optimist, as we most are. But one of the things that we've always been taught is that optimism is its own reward. Luck does not come from pessimism. Luck believes you have to believe that luck is going to happen to you. And so that takes an optimistic outlook, because a pessimist will never even believe that they got lucky. And so it is support. It is figuring out a way to support your team, even when you're pissed off and want to freaking boo them. It's tough to explain, and it's impossible to achieve, because they're like, man, I've been a New Orleans Saints fan for 30 years, and I've been like every fan base, the tide of emotion. A win is so, especially in the structure. We get 3 points for a win, we get 1 point for a draw, and we get 0 for a loss. And so when we don't get 3 points, it is painful. And I understand that. And it is Saturday afternoon, and you've had a few pops, and all of a sudden your team gives one up in the 90 plus 20th minute, and it shatters you. I totally understand that. And totally, any reaction you got is fine, right? It's perfectly fine. But in my mind, the Wickham way and I think we do, because even in this rut, when we go away, you boys are so, the Wickham lot, it is so, like that Wickham match, man, they were so loud, and then I don't know, it's just stay positive. You know what it is? It's going back to Torquay when Jesus was holding up the believe sign. That wasn't bullshit. There was a dude dressed up as Jesus, that had a believe sign in his hands, and a miracle happened. To me, a fan base that has a moment like that, and a lot of the younger fans don't even remember that, don't even know about it. But a fan base that has that type of moment, your belief has been paid off in spades for 150 years. We just need to stick with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
absolutely. Better as a united front, absolutely.
Slightly.
Pete, I did. I did want to ask. Obviously, a lot of the. Oh, he's gone.
He just heard you and went.
I was literally.
Something said.
What I was going to ask.
Somebody's tapped him on the shoulder and went, "He can't say anything more."
No, I know.
We'll give it another few minutes, see if he comes back.
Can we just admit how many of us a year ago expected, apart from maybe James, expected to be able to speak to the sporting director of Wycombe Wanderers?
You wouldn't have wouldn't have you can't think of many other clubs, maybe lower down the pyramid, but you can't think of teams that were once in the Championship 3 to 4 years ago having the opportunity to speak to active board members at the club that you love signing players. It just doesn't happen.
People have sometimes asked me why I support Wycombe Wanderers, because I'm Irish. My dad's from Wycombe.
Why I support them.
I'm not born in Wycombe. I'm not from Wycombe. I was born in Brighton. I was raised in Ireland. And people sometimes ask me, why do you support Wycombe? And it's stuff like this, because you actually get to interact with the people. You actually get to interact with community. I've made friends here. James, Chris, Kyle, Dan, everybody in here. People who are talking in the stream. People who interact with me on Twitter. I've made friends and memories that I would have never made without Wycombe Wanderers.
Yeah.
And that's why I support Wycombe Wanderers. I know, Jaden, you're doing Why Wycombe.
Yeah.
And that's, for me, why I support Wycombe Wanderers, because I don't believe there's any other community like this. Because there's no other club where you get the opportunities like this to speak with each other, to chat with each other, to speak to the head of media, to speak to the director of football, the sporting director, to chat with Matt Bloomfield at an open day. You don't get that at Liverpool. You don't get that at Manchester United, do you?
No, exactly.
We also don't get to see a man in a very flamboyant shirt looking like he's having a midlife crisis.
I had my midlife crisis at 15, don't worry.
But no, I echo everything DJ said, really. You know, I'm obviously born in Wycombe, but grown up down in Exeter, a long way away. But, you know, I'd never support a different club. I love this community, love all the people that I've met so far, you know, and what George has done to bring us all together and make this so special. And as well as, you know, have actually like people associated with the club coming on here and announcing signings. What we've brought together, what we've put together in, you know, a few months is just unbelievable, really. And all the credit goes to George for what he's doing, his fantastic work, and long may it continue, honestly, because Thursday night is very, very quickly became my favorite evening of the night. So yeah, well done to George, honestly. Fantastic.
Yeah, George deserves so much credit.
Well done, mate.
Because the thing is, many of us will not have been here without George. And George won't take the credit. George will say it's because they talk. Yeah, George will say because they talk this, they have this talent, they will have. George deserves so much credit for getting us all here in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
He chose Jane, he chose me, he chose Aaron, he chose Kyle. And he helped us all get in this place. And he won't accept the credit for that, but he deserves it. So thank you, George.
Because... Oh, sorry.
George,
no, go on ahead. Go on ahead.
I was just saying, you know, George is a good guy when this is your own podcast, mate. And since you've been on it, you've hardly said a word. You've just let everyone else. You've just let everyone else talk absolute bollocks for most of it. And you've allowed the head honcho, but the assistant head honcho at Wycombe Wanderers just talk for the world, mate. And you didn't want to. And you know, you just let everyone say what they wanted to say. So fair play to you, mate. Because usually when people own their own thing, they just want to take control and just talk for the sake of it. But you've just let everyone be free, which is really good. So fair play, mate.
Sorry about that, George. I feel like I need to apologise.
You made me more emotional than I was.
Right, lads, I am going to head off. And he's been waiting for me for about an hour and 15 minutes, and I don't want to delay it too long. But I just want to say thank you to everybody here. You have... I know I'm a bit drunk, but I just say what is true when I'm drunk. I don't say bullshit.
Piss off now.
Every one of you has made my 2023 a better year for having known you. Mate. No, but I met a lot of you in 2023. You made my year a better year for having known you. The nights we've experienced, the days we've experienced, the time we chatted with each other was amazing. and this goes to everybody in Wickham Twitter, because 2023 was the year I went from some random lad to somebody who people looked at and actually respected. But
or steady on.
I think that's the wrong word.
That happened because of a lot of you. That happened because of the guidance you gave me. That happened because of the support you gave me. Right, see you later, you fucking pricks.
See you, Dharma.
He's actually gone.
Do you know what that felt like? That felt like, you know, when you speak to some random drunk in the kitchen at 4 a.m. at a house party.
And they tell you that they love you and everything.
Exactly the conversation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that was exactly the conversation.
He's gone. But in a less emotional way, I think I echo everything DJ says. It's been a pleasure today. As always,
DJ can go and sob in the sink now, can't he?
I mean, it did get a little bit interesting when he's like, the nights we've spent together. I was like, oh my God, what's going on there? But...
yeah, no, it did get a little bit out of hand, didn't it?
I'm just so glad the missus didn't hear that bit, because she's been looking at me throughout this entire interview. What the hell are you talking about? Like she said, because I said to her, babe, I'm working. She said, it doesn't sound like it. And it is. And that's when I think the subject of dildos popped up. So that didn't go down pretty well. So yeah,
I'm fucking playing the way out of that one, man.
She's probably looking at
I guess that's that. That's all she wrote for transfer deadline day. Obviously, I've thoroughly enjoyed hosting. George, thank you for the opportunity, letting me host. I hope I did all right for you on the big night.
Great.
And thank you to
Jay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone for joining in tonight. Thank you to everyone who's watched. You know, we had, when we first announced Saxon, we had like 200 live viewers in it. Absolutely outrageous. And yeah, like I said, echo everything DJ said. I know he's a bit drunk, but no, it's been a wild ride, and long may it continue. So thank you to everyone for joining us, and thank you to everyone watching. We'll see you very, very, very soon for the next episode of Pint Size Preview. But cheers, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night, and speak to you soon.